What's up, everyone? It is the last night of stream before GP Niagara. Legacy time is coming. I'm not gonna hold back. We've been on a bit of a heater with this deck. The last 3 leagues streamed with this deck, we were 14-1, and the one was a misclick because I was busy talking to chat. And I also won an Eternal Weekend Legacy trial in real life, Paper Magic, last weekend with the deck. The deck is good. This is a very real contender in the current metagame. Just today, Harlan Fear had a article go up on Hipsters of the Coast about what he would play if he was going to Niagara, and he linked to this deck. He specifically said it's this version of this deck, the one that was designed by me live on stream for you guys like a month ago. I've been streaming and tweeting this pretty close to this list for about a month. No excuse to be sleeping on it. I plan on, I am definitely playing this in Niagara. I'm just down to, I have 17 cards I want in my sideboard. Yeah. What's up, by the way, Kevin? How you doing? Yeah, I think that this main deck is somehow perfect. Like, 3 or 4 weeks ago on stream, I pulled up a list, a blue-white Delver Blade list and a blue-white Stoneblade list, and I smashed them together into a list that I would be happy with. I didn't like the Delvers, but I did like the tight 1-mana counterspell package, and I wanted Palace Jailer in my deck, and I just sort of smashed them together into this 60. And a month later, I have not changed a single card out of the main deck. Like, I somehow got all the numbers exactly correct on the first guess. The sideboard's been moving around a little bit. Here's where I'm at with the sideboard. Tormod's Crypt. I like Tormod's Crypt on Magic Online. I'm going to play 2 Priests at the Grand Prix. I'm not going to have a Crypt in my deck. I think Priest is just a better card for what I expect. Crypt is better against Storm, and that's about it. And Crypt also gives you turn 0 or turn 1 interaction. Yeah, so the Crypt, for those of you just tuning in, the Crypt is better against Storm and Phoenix because those decks shred your hand before they try to go off. So you can't really rely on a Surgical Extraction to do what you need it to. Crypt you can just shove into play, and then they have to answer a permanent and discard and do something with your hand before they can go off safely. They can't rely on discard spells. So I like that in the Magic Online metagame where everything is more broken. So that's the other thing I was going to talk about. So in real life, this is going to be 2 Priests. Here's the other point of friction. These 3 cards on the right here, the 2 clicks, and the Sword of Fire and Ice. If I could play a 17-card sideboard, it would look like this. However, Back to Basics is the most polarizing card in this whole 75. Like, the matchups where you want Back to Basics, it is the best card you could ever have. And that's specifically like lands and Eldrazi. the so I was main decking two back to basics 2 months ago. Like they were just so good that they were right over here. Then they moved into the sideboard when decks started to adjust. Like back to basics used to end the game against like Grixis control. Back when check pile was a thing, it crushed that deck. Lands was big. Like back to basics was your go-to in a lot of matchups. But Grixis control plays 2 to 4 basics now. Even Delver decks have 1 or 2 basics in them. The like Death Shadow decks can play on 1 land and they have days, so like back to basics isn't even going to lock them out necessarily. Like the only places I really want back to basics anymore are the Eldrazi decks, specifically the Eldrazi post deck. Like we can beat regular Eldrazi Stompy fair and square with the cards in our deck. We don't have to lock them out with back to basics. But Eldrazi post, I want back to basics. And against lands, it's a nice hammer to have. Though we can totally beat lands without it. We did it on stream on Monday. But things have to go right. A lot of things have to go right for that to matter. So I'm not going to play 2 back to basics in my 75. That's for sure. So now I have these 16 cards that I have to play 15 of for the Grand Prix. And I'm not going to change these ones here. The Crypt can be a priest. It probably will be. And then the question is, do I respect blue mirrors, which is what Sword of Fire and Ice is for? And you're going to have to. Like, I think that Stoneblade is just going to be super represented, as it should be. And one of the natural predators to Stoneblade is Miracles. And Sword of Fire and Ice is exactly the weapon you want against Miracles. Turning every creature into a serious source of damage and card advantage is what you need to be doing. And then there's the goofball decks, like the Taigas and the Eldrazi Temples, where you want back to basics. Though you can win that match without it, but it's tough. Like it really puts it on easy mode when you have back to basics. And then the second click is the other one. I'm definitely playing 1 click, so I can put that in the lock pile. Yeah, blue-red Delver is going to be huge at this event. Guaranteed. Like, that's a really easy deck to pick up and port over if you're not a big Legacy player. Like, you don't really need a whole lot that isn't modern legal to play that deck. And you don't need to, like, understand the Legacy metagame. Like, Stoneblade, you need to know what your opponent's up to, what they could have, how you're going to react to it. Blue-red Delver, you pretty much just light them up. And you can steal wins even if you don't really know what's going on. But these 3 cards I have to pick 2 of to play. Right. Gain life, kill their Terramander. That's all you need to do. Well, with our deck, you just need to connect with one of your weapons one time. Either Batterskull or Jitte will do it. Resolve True Name Nemesis. Life's good. Stick a Palace Jailer on a medium to clear board. Yeah, Sword has been really good for me. I was not playing Sword. Rich Shea insisted that I try it. He said it was good. And it turns out Rich Shea is kind of smart, and he was right. This card has been great. It's definitely just tacked on some extra points in the Miracles matchup. Just having this card in your 75. You move the second click to the main, or you put the sword in the main? Yeah, I have loved everything about... Okay, you have the sword in the main. Are you playing 3 weapons? Or do you just have 3 weapons main? Oh, wow, you're bold. Bolder than me. I love Spell Snare. Like this... Like, I say this every time I stream the deck. Like, this package right here... These 5 1-mana counterspells and these 3 Snapcasters... This is the strength of this list, right here. Like, other Stoneblade decks can just, like, die to Storm before they get set up. Or they just, like, are facing down a Grizzlebrand before they can make their second land drop. This makes that really unlikely that that's going to happen. I love this cheap counterspell package. This is also your key to the Miracles matchup. Like, if you can't interact with them on a weaker kind of way, like, if you try to get to like 4 mana and start slamming Jaces and fighting over Force of Wills, yeah, Sword is great. It's just I I don't know what's left in the main deck to cut for it, and I think 3 weapons is probably too many in the main. Like most of the matchups where I bring in Sword, Jitte gets cut. Like that is the swap there. That's not a rule. Sometimes I do bring in all 3 weapons, but usually Jitte or Sword, one of them is clearly better in any given matchup. So I don't have all the answer yet. If I'm going to play back to basics or not at the GP. I'm certainly not playing it on Magic Online though. The metagame, the Magic Online metagame, especially now that yeah, against Blue Red I want all 3. Yeah, the Magic Online metagame, since we're in London Mulligan world already on Moto, every deck is like combo or Chalice of the Void, and Vendilion Clique is very good against that. Yeah, Back to Basics is very good against the lands decks, including 4-color Loam. But like the problem with Back to Basics is that the decks that weren't ready for it 2 months ago are totally ready for it now. That's not to say it isn't a serious thing that they're going to have to get through if you stick it. Like it is a real problem for them. But the Loam decks all have at least 1 basic forest and 4 Mox Diamonds. So you're rarely going to just shut off the entire world. Yeah, Eldrazi Post and lands are like actual lands, like red-green lands, are the 2 matchups that I would want Back to Basics in. It's just like the Clique is the cut. It would be either Clique or Back to Basics as my 15th card, the second Clique or the first Back to Basics. I think that the right way to build this deck, like to maximize your chance to win the tournament, is the 2 Cliques. However, I think that the hedge is Back to Basics. Like it's possible you'll never board this in, and it's just wasted slot. And Clique is good in many matchups. However, if you play against like the 2 goofball decks that you actually care about, having Back to Basics in, then you're gonna wish you had it. Like it's just a meta call. Like how brave am I? Am I gonna play against fair blue decks and combo decks more, or am I gonna have to play against lands? Yeah, well, like Clique is also the second Clique is also an important part of sideboard mapping, because True Name Nemesis is too slow against combo decks, and if you cut 3 of your ways to actually win the game, you have to board in some number of ways to win the game in replacement. So it's not like all my combo boxes are checked, we're good. It's can I still apply pressure once I'm in combo mode? This past weekend, when I won the Eternal Weekend Trial, I did have a Back to Basics over the second Clique in my 75. That's what my paper deck looks like right now. Looks like this. But that's going to be a game time decision. Like Friday night before I submit my deck list, I'm going to decide what I'm going to do with that. But on Magic Online, we're definitely playing 2 Cliques. All right, we can keep talking, but let's get into some actual wizardry here. Let's battle. Yeah, Eldrazi is one of those decks that is not a good deck. It's actually a very bad deck, but it's a deck that ports easily from other formats. So I like exactly 1 counterspell. I wouldn't play 2, and it'd be hard. You'd have a hard time convincing me to cut the 1. Yeah, Back to Basics is also good against black-green depths. That's a deck I expect a small number of very strong players to play. Like that matchup's really easy if they're bad, and really hard if they're good. Admiral Sandman. the last we heard about Eternal Weekend Europe is that it is not canceled yet. There is no date, nothing's planned, but they are still planning on having the event. Yeah, so I have 2 buys for this GP. So I'm I'm gonna enter the tournament up against people who have already won some number of matches. Yeah, exactly, Admiral Sandman. It's annoying, but so what happened was over the past week or so, like last week, somebody posted, my friend works for the tournament organizer, and they told me the event's not happening. And then the tournament organizer replied and was like, that's not true. It is happening. Or they said, that's not true. We are still talking to Wizards of the Coast about it. So we don't actually know what's happening. All right, so my opponent did not shuffle their ponder. They did bottom there. All right, I'm going to try to stick this thing. I might just die. Like, they look like a combo deck. Yeah, for sure. They just bottom that Preordain. I need to get a clock into play. My hand's really bad. So if I have to spend the next couple turns aggressively cantripping for playables, like the top card of my deck is Council's Judgment right now. So this isn't getting any better. This Brainstorm's going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting. Just got to hope I'm not dead right now. And if I am, whatever. All right, shit. They're probably going to take the Brainstorm and then I just lose. All right, Wasteland's going to have a target though. So most smart Storm players will take unless you're dead on the spot, they'll usually take the cantrips and then just fight through what they know about. Like they know about the Spell Pierce. Is this Storm? I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Like you'll usually want to. All right, so now I'm just going to pierce this because I'm not going to be able to pierce anything else if that resolves. This will at least buy me another draw step. Maybe we'll find a cantrip. Yes. Let's go. That's not the one I wanted. All right, we're probably dead next turn. But at least we just took another 3 points off their ad nauseum. I'm just going to get the Batter Skull, and like there's no point in bluffing there. Like if they have it, they're going to do it anyway. They know we can't Force of Will here. All right. The Duress is for sure going to lock in the fact that I can't do anything. All right, they're pretty low for an ad nauseum. They're going to need red mana. All right, the natural Infernal Tutor. I could be getting Natty Tendrils here. I hope they don't have Dark Petition. That would be pretty annoying. Yeah, they're missing red mana currently to go for a Pass in Flames. All right, here's that ad nauseum we talked about. They were at 11 when they started this chain. No help yet. They're going to need some 0 mana cards to get them through this. Alright, they think it's good enough. Yeah, they still have their land drop. For sure. Oh, and they had a Lion's Eye Diamond all along. Alright, yep, there's that. So, I could have left up Swords to Plowshares and survived this turn at 3 life, but I don't think that's a real plan. That's fine. Game 1 is tough anyway. Alright, so here's one of the matchups where Tormod's Crypt is actually better than Priest. Here comes all our disruption spells. Palace Jailer's pretty slow, True Name is slow, Swords to Plowshares doesn't do much. And Jitte can go out because Sword of Fire and Ice is going to come in. And Wasteland doesn't do much. Oh yeah, Council's Judgment. I always forget that's up there. On Magic Online anyway. Yeah, see, Council's Judgment is full bad. It's out. So I have 2 outs to an empty. Got all my discard spells otherwise. I like leaving in 1 Swords to Plowshares, even though the all the Storm Geniuses say that you shouldn't bring in Xantid Swarm here. But I'm not going to believe them. Well, that's a bad hand. Well, we're 0 for 2. The London Mulligan is going to have to save us here. Alright, so I have to put 2 of these cards on the bottom. Snapcaster is one of them, and Force of Will is the other. Yeah, so I like the obvious reason to put Xantid Swarm in your deck is against the blue counterspell decks, but there have been like sideboard guides written and lots of articles lately on how to sideboard with Storm that say that, like, all of the like super big brain Storm players say that they don't bring in Xantid Swarm in this matchup, which I'm not gonna believe that a random person is gonna feel the same way. All right, so I'm gonna save this Brainstorm because my whole hand is good. So there's a big difference between playing against like Bryant Cook or like Cyrus Cormangill or like the guy at your local store who copied a Storm list. All right, I'm gonna let him have this. He's probably gonna take the Brainstorm, unfortunately. Like, we're a long way away from dead, but we are gonna have to pressure them somehow. Like, I really needed this Brainstorm to get me into some threats. Yeah, like, I just think Xantid Swarm is a... Alright, so I have this threat now. I'm gonna wait until I have another land. Like, I'm not gonna count on a Force of Will to beat a Storm player on 4 mana. Fuck. Maybe I'm supposed to counterspell this. Yeah, like that's totally fine. Like, you don't have to believe everything that everyone on the internet says. Like, being able to assess matchups for yourself is pretty important. All right, let's see. All right, if I draw a land here, I get to just start pulling ahead. Land? I'll take it. That counts. All right, so now I can hold up 2 counter spells and threaten to get the bee skull involved. I've been massacred, sure. I mean, that's the level system, Oz. Like, level 1 is, or level 0 is like Xantid Swarm is for blue decks. Level 1 is, I'm not going to board in my Xantid Swarm, so they have dead removal stuck in their deck game 2. And then level 2 is, they boarded out their removal, so they don't have dead cards, and now I have Xantid Swarm that they have no hope in fighting against. All right, so I could Wasteland, or I could just not. I have Flusterstorm and Spell Pierce, so I feel like wasting is going to be important. All right, well, they've drawn every land in their deck. And we've drawn every counter spell. So what sucks here is that the Storm deck is actually way ahead right now. Like, our hand looks scary because we have 5 counter spells in it, but we're not actually doing anything to win the game right now. And we need to do something to win the game. I am going to shuffle. All right. Need another Stoneforge pretty quick here. I am regretting that Wasteland a little bit, because now if we draw a click, we can't cast it. All right, so this is probably going to get a discard spell, but I'm not going to fight over it. Okay, yeah, so now they have 2 Thoughtseizes. All right, yep, my hand is full of counterspells, as you might imagine. Yeah, that's what all the big brains have been saying. All right, we hit a land drop. We know that one of their 5 cards is Thoughtseize. Yep, here's the other one. All 4 Thoughtseizes have been cast this game. We're out of Force of Wills. How about a Snapcaster Mage? That's a good draw. I would also not be mad about a Stoneforge Mystic or Vendilion Click. Jace doesn't help. Like, I don't know. I don't even play Storm, so all of this is just, like, purely academic curiosity. Like, I read those sideboard guides and Storm articles so I know what Storm might be planning to do against me. Yeah, Snapcaster Mage. Rule number 1 on the Bosch and Roll stream, shout out the name of the card you want to draw, and it will appear. Now if they pass the turn without taking action again, I can just snap Brainstorm in the end step, and now I'm clocking them. Do they even have any fetchable lands left? They have 6 mana-producing lands that we can see. All right, time to snap Brainstorm and start doing stuff. Yeah, Storm is a very sweet deck. Oh, the old end step ad nauseum. Okay. That was a smart time to do that. Our opponent is very skilled. Yeah, Storm on 6 lands is crazy. Right, that was just a value ad nauseum. Here's that Swords to Plowshares that we love to hate. I feel like a lot of people are going to be on this 73 or so this weekend. There's one of the LEDs. Preordain, the Delta, and the Decay. They have Petal. Oh, they discarded the Misty too, yeah. Because I'm sure they're out of lands. All right. All right, so I have 2 Fluster Storms, a Spell Snare, and a Spell Pierce to survive this onslaught. I'm at 19. Yeah, like there's a lot to like about the Stoneblade deck. For sure. All right, let's see if they have another land. They did have another sea. All right. So they have at least 7 fetchables in the deck. God, am I getting Abrupt Decayed? My poor threat. Yeah, like that. This whole deck is just good. All right, so they have Super Threshold. I might be getting baited into a Natural Tendrils here. All right. That's not what happened. We're in luck. All right, I have 2 Flusters and a Pierce now. They have so many lands. This could get weird. I can plow my Snapcaster, though, to gain 2 life. So that line is always exists. And they've cast 4 Thoughtseizes already this game. Maybe they just don't have a Duress. All right, well, that resolves. We're off to the races. This is going to get weird. Oh, no. Red mana is so bad. For me. It's great for them. They can't Thoughtseize me anymore, though. All right, so Storm is what? 1, 2, 3. Storm is 3. So what happens if this goes into their graveyard? They get to Cabal Writ twice. All right, I'm going to Spell Pierce them. See what they want to do about that. And then I think I'm going to plow my own Snapcaster and then Flusterstorm. Why isn't the storm count visible? Come on, Magic Online. You're breaking my balls here. All right, so Cabal Ritual. Did they play Lotus Petal this turn? Yeah, Lotus Petal, Cabal Ritual, Past in Flames, Spell Pierce. Storm is 4. They would have to pay 5 for the first Flusterstorm. So maybe I don't need to plow yet. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, here comes 5 Flusterstorms. This will take all of their available mana and their Lotus Petal to have this resolve. All right, Dark Ritual in response. Okay, that's fine. Cabal Ritual in response. God, if they just have Tendrils, we're dead again. All right, so Storm is 7. Go up to 8. All right. So they're paying for these. Isn't their last card in hand Lotus Petal now? Or did they discard one of them? Alright, I hope this works. They can tendrils me for 18, I guess. That's not enough. It's enough that they get to keep playing and then just win easily next turn if I can't bomb their graveyard. Alright, is this the natural tendrils now? Oh no, now they're just going to pass in flames. Oh wow, they just had everything. Okay. That makes sense. We've been playing this game forever. So they can tendrils for 22 and I can only go up to 21. They did effectively have tendrils in hand. Yeah, so this is why Storm is a tough matchup for the blue-white decks. Like, if you're not pressuring them, they just get to sculpt this perfect hand. And they just won through a Spell Pierce and 2 Flusterstorms. And they didn't even need this. They could have just used that LED to flashback past in flames and go ape. Yeah, that's 22. I can only go to 21. Rough beats. But we were punished by this. So the sideboard leveling plan of having Swords of Plowshares in for Xantid Swarm. Yeah, right? Storm player is just thinking so hard, working so hard, and no one will ever know. To the other side of the table, it just looks like, oh yeah, you had it. No respect for the like 5 cantrips you resolve that game and your careful decisions made with all your thought seizes. All right, so this hand unfortunately has Arid Mesa to go with these ponders, which means I have to fetch Tundra, which I don't really want to do in the dark. I'm also on the draw and I just lose the Chalice of the Void. I'm going to mulligan, especially since it's a London Mull. Yeah, this hand's way better. I think Grixis control is fine. Like, it's also tough. The bigger control decks are tough matchups. Miracles and Grixis. Not really excited to play against either of them. I'm going to leave up my counter spells this turn. I want to be able to snare a Counterbalance or a Stoneforge Mystic if that's what they do. That's more important than having this Ponder. Stormy, thanks for the follow. All right, so land drops and cantrips. That's all you want in blue matchups. I'll take it. If they jam True Name here, we're in some trouble. Two islands. All right. Storm or Miracles confirmed. Just facing off against most of our tougher matchups right off the bat. That's cool. Got to showcase how to fight upstream. Back to basics, huh? I don't want to spell pierce this. All right, so my next two draws are... Yeah, I'm drawing lands in the next two draw steps. I'm not going to spell pierce this, then get Jace next turn. Like, no. I'm not playing that. I'm drawing lands that can become basic on both of the next two draw steps. I'll just hold on. It sucks that we have no threat. Again, we do need to pressure Miracles meaningfully. Every turn the game goes favors them. All right, this one I do need to counter. All right, drawing another land here. And now I can cast Ponder. Old Ponder Shuffle combo. All right, now I have a threat. I kind of do want to draw this land that's coming up next. That'll give me 4 basic lands. All right, shuffle it up. I'm going to spend another turn pondering here. The reason is that I really want to make sure that this sticks and then gets to continue bashing from there. All right, AK for 2. Annoying, but okay. I'll start fighting over those when they're for 3. But only if it's 1 for 1. I'm not going to force a will and accumulate a knowledge. All right, I don't want another land drop now. I have enough of those. All right, I'm going to leave up blue-blue. I'm going to get plains, play wasteland. Play true name. I'm holding up counterspell and force a will here. AK for 3 in response. All right, I'm not going to fight over that. I said I would, but I lied to you. Brainstorm. All right, this is probably setting up a Terminus. It has to at this point. They have 9 cards in hand. It is a little awkward that our draw lined up in a way that this back to basics is actually a little bit annoying. But guess what? I have a trick. Bang. Nice Terminus. Find value out of your wastelands however you can. All right. We got him. All right, so I'm going to fight over this Terminus because that is their only real answer to True Name in the main deck. Or they might have a Supreme Verdict. I think a lot of Miracles decks sideboard that currently. New Bunga, that's true. They drew a lot of cards off AK. We're not quite dead yet. Miracles has a lot of air in it. And it's possible that if we win the fight over this Terminus, they're just going to be treading water trying to answer True Name for the rest of the game. Or they could just easily Supreme Verdict or whatever. Like, either way, like, Miracles has all the tools to win any matchup, but it can also just easily die in a lot of matchups too. So it depends on if they have the right cards right now. Man, it sucks not having Spell Pierce ready for this. Hope this works. Like, you have to pretend you're a Delver deck in this matchup. Like, you just need to stick a threat and counter everything that they do that you care about. Alright, Snapcaster is going to be really good. I have a Spell Snare in the graveyard and a counter spell. Alright, they do have some number of Council's Judgment. That is true. Look at what they're doing, though. They're just, like, making land drops and passing the turn. Despite drawing infinite cards this game, True Name Nemesis is still just right here. Snapcaster Mage. What does that do? It casts AK? I'm going to Spell Snare this. Okay. Jigan432, thanks for the follow. See, do they have a Spell Snare too? Bummer. Actual counterspell. Alright, I don't have a Force of Will. I don't have a blue card for my Force of Will. So they're going to draw three more cards here. Presumably. So they tapped out to do that, which means they couldn't flip Terminus there. I'll take that. I'm excited about it. Also going to take this opportunity to shove this Jitte into play. It might not seem like this is the matchup where Jitte is good, and that is true. This isn't what Jitte is for. But this turns every single threat into a game-winning monster. Like, even Stoneforge Mystic, just by herself, starts hitting really hard. Snapcaster Mage is a must-answer threat. And now they don't have double white, because I wasted their Flooded Strand that turn they went for Terminus, and they had to use Tundra for the other one. Yeah, and this speeds up the clock. Like, the +2/+2 mode on Jitte is really important against the control decks. Oh, they chose to shuffle. That's what we want to hear. Alright, pass the turn. Pass the turn. Don't cast spells. Don't put a Jason to play. It's possible their hand is just full of, like, counter spells and Swords to Plowshares right now, which is what we have to hope for in this situation. Alright, Snapcaster is going to draw two more cards off one of these AKs, I imagine. They're pondering. That makes sense. Ponder sees more cards than AK here. I love Miracles dearly. A lot of my greatest successes have come with this deck in my hands. They did not shuffle. Oh, fuck. They found their double white. Now we lose. Yeah, they were looking for the second white source. Now they get to Council's Judgment. But I do not like Teferi in Stoneblade. 5 mana is too much for a card. Alright, Jace, we need you to win now. Resolves, resolves, resolves. Ah, they had Force of Will. Alright, we're dead. Yeah, we can't come back from that. That was our last chance there. Yeah, they found the threat just in time. Alright, so Sword of Fire and Ice. I bring in Supreme Verdict because it can clear out a Mentor army. The clicks are great. Soft Permission's great. Cards that are bad include Swords to Plowshares. Umezawa's Jitte, Wasteland. I liked Teferi a lot as a one-up in Miracles, but I think the world's even moved on from that technology. So, yeah, like Gideon's coming in. I talked at length about this at the end of my last stream. Like, these three cards are all reasonable to bring in against Miracles. It's just how far are you willing to dilute your plan to get there? And like I could cut the other Wasteland for one Surgical. I don't know that I like Surgical more than Explosives, though. Like, we saw Counterbalance. We also saw AK, of course. I'm willing to try a Surgical. I don't normally do this. But I don't want to get buried. All right, let's go. Let's do it. You need Force of Will in this matchup because you have to be the Delver deck. All right, I'll keep. You have to stick a threat and then protect it. Is this 61? Oh shit, it totally is. Whoops. That's legal, technically. Embarrassing, though. Oh yeah, I did cut the Wasteland and I added Surgical and Gideon. Whoops. Whatevs. We'll live. Alright, so I already have a creature threat in Stoneforge Mystic. Alright, maybe that was wrong. Like, so when stacking that Ponder, I had the choice of just shuffling away the true name because Stoneforge Mystic's already going to demand an answer, and shoving a second creature in on top of that would mean it would open us up to a Terminus 2-for-1. Or I could make sure I hit my 4th land drop and try to cast Gideon on time. But Batterskull occupies the spot on the curve that True Name would. So I'm going to cast Stoneforge, get Batterskull. If they plow it, I'll cast True Name. If they don't plow it, I'll just put Batterskull into play. I also have to hope that... Now I'm just going to run out the Caracas instead of the Flooded Strand. Because that way if they counter this, I still draw my 4th land. And I don't have to decide now what I'm going to fetch for. Like, this Flooded Strand, I would want to get basic planes in case of back to basics, which they should board out, but maybe they didn't. I don't know. People do weird stuff. Never trust your opponent to do the right thing. All right, so now my opponent, it looks like they're leaving up Disenchant. Like, that's what I'm most scared of. They would have plowed on their turn if that's what they had. If they brought in clicks, they could click me, I guess. But I'm not going to brainstorm looking for a Force of Will or Spell Pierce or anything. I'm going to jam threats. So I'm going to jam the Batterskull. And if that doesn't work, then I'll jam Gideon. All right, so Disenchant is their best card they could have here. All right, maybe they just don't have it. It's too late now, because now I can bounce Batterskull. Go team. And now I have Flusterstorm to protect it, too. They could have also set up a Terminus. which I would not fight over. All right, they did not set up Terminus. Why not brainstorm before you had 3 lands per click? What do you mean? Targeting me, okay. Oh, Batterskull. I got you. I could have done that. Let's see, why wouldn't I do that? So I guess I could drop Batterskull in their draw step after I know they didn't draw Terminus. Like, I don't want to do it on my turn because then I open up to Terminus. So, all right. Maybe their upkeep was the right time to do it. All right, so they took True Name Nemesis. All right. They're scared of True Name, but now I have 2 counterspells. And I can Caracas this click out of here if I'm worried about damage, but I don't think I am. Like, unless they do something strange right now. All right, I do want to counter this card. Maybe I shouldn't have countered that. Maybe I should have tried to Judgment it. I don't know. It's really close. Tough calls all around. That's why Miracles is so hard. Like, I'm scared of Counterbalance, but also Terminus. And, like, how do I decide what the actual scariest threat is? I would also like to draw a 5th land this turn so I can shove Gideon with Flusterstorm back up. Alright, I'm just going to get rid of this. It lets them cast it again, but I get to keep pushing for damage. Land? Oh, True Name. Alright, they were scared of that last turn. Maybe they still will be. Swords of Plowshares. Yeah, fine. Alright, so Gideon gets Spell Pierced, if that's a card they have. I think that's still my best play. Just jam the strongest thing onto the stack. If they have Force, it was going to hit whatever. They can't Fluster this. They can't Snare it. Miracles doesn't usually play Spell Pierce. Alright, yeah, Force of Will. I get my 2 for 1 through here. They pitch their click, so that's gone. Alright, now if I draw a 5th land, I can start just refiring the Batterskull. Alright, never mind. They had Disenchant eventually. Land? I still want lands. Ooh, click's even better. Alright. Yep, 12 turn clock. Go, go. Alright, I'm going to stop in their draw step and click them. Brainstorm, sure. Please set up a Terminus that I can steal with Vendilion Click. I wouldn't even stop a Terminus. I would just let them Terminus, get the card out of their hand, and then beat down with my 3-1. But Click plus Caracas is one of your best engines against Miracles. Like, they have to spend a counterspell or 2 removal spells on it. Yeah, the old Legend Miracle deck with Cavern of Souls was bananas. Are they hard casting a Force of Will here? If so, that's fine. That's Time Walk. Oh no, they're brainstorming to hide their secrets. Tucking that sweet, sweet Jace that they're trying to protect back on top of the deck. I am still going to target them. No. Alright, Strand Delta AK is their hand. I'm going to let them keep all of those. Yeah, I just don't care about that. Oh, now we can counter the AK even. I don't know if that's good, but it's a thing we can do. Alright, so now I have to decide. I could put Lethal on board with this True Name, but if they have Terminus or Supreme Verdict, I'm fucked. Maybe I'll just click them in their draw step again. Okay, so that was an honest brainstorm. They weren't setting anything up or hiding anything. They just wanted different cards in their hand. All right, I'm going to bounce this. All right, click them again here. Oh, it looks like they drew Terminus. Yeah, they had a weird moto pause there. All right, do you want to cast it? Resolves. Click you. Are you asking why didn't I click away the accumulated knowledge? All right, 2 lands. We did it. I didn't click away the accumulated knowledge because they just cast Brainstorm, and they could have hid something more important like Jace on top of their deck, and then my AK just gives them Jace, which I'm not interested in doing. Okay, yeah, I agree with you there. Clicking them again. We're in machine gun mode now. I'm going to click this next draw step, and hopefully we win. If they drew a plow, it'll work. All right. Nope, it was good enough. The Click Caracas engine got us through that game. All right, our 61 card deck. I think Surgical is the worst card in these 61s. I don't love Surgical. I like the rest of these things. It's interesting to see that they brought in their own Vendilion Click, though. Which they should. I guess that is correct. Just worth noting that they also have creatures in their deck. Right, that's not what I wanted. Though it's not another land, at least. I'll take that. I'd prefer not to get counterbalanced here. I want this Brainstorm to resolve unmolested. Okay, sweet. Didn't get counterbalanced. They have a pause in my upkeep. But why? Alright, just what we needed, another land. You Brainstorm, sure. I don't think Miracles would aggressively counter a Brainstorm. Yeah, Brainstorm will fix it. That's what we always tell ourselves. However, I have 3 cards in my hand that I don't want there, and Brainstorm only gets rid of 2 of them. Yep, we're counting on Brainstorm. Let's hope they don't counter it. Oh god. Brainstorm found more lands. Bad Brainstorm. Bad. Alright, hopefully they think our hand is perfect now, though. Alright, we still got a chance at a perfect hand. Another Brainstorm. Who is the champ? That's me. Alright, so hopefully they just go for Jace and we can spell pierce it easily. Send him home. Send him packing. Yeah, Oz, if I'm on the Miracle side, I love this hand. On my side, though, I wish I was doing a whole lot more than I am. Let's just find a couple counter spells here. All right, cool. This got better. Way better. Yeah, I am not the beatdown, or I am not the control deck in this matchup. I have to be the beatdown. The good news is now I can challenge them in their end step with this click. Yeah, I am playing Stoneblade, also lands apparently. All right, they can Brainstorm here, whatever. I'm gonna click them in their end step probably. Like I want to know everything I can going into my turn where I'm going to try to shove this Jace into play. I have life. I can take damage here. I got room for that. All right, Ponder, sure. I'm not going to pierce the Brainstorm. I need to fight over Jace. Like, if I had a clock in play already, maybe piercing their cantrips is worth doing. But the way things are right now, I need to use my soft permission to make sure my threats stick. Like, right now, I'm going to tax the resources in the end step, then untap and try to shove Jace. And I'll have Flusterstorm or Spell Pierce backup. What's all this? Oh, clicking me in response. Okay. All right. Just kidding. My Jace is gone. Maybe I'll draw another one. Sucks. It doesn't matter. Like, they get to fix their hand. It doesn't matter if I... Like, their hand could be terrible, but if I don't apply pressure, it just doesn't matter. All right, well, I'm also taking their Jace. So the clicks both took Jaces from each other. All right, Ponder, Flusterstorm, Gideon. So I could shove my Batterskull into play. I know it's going to resolve, or I could try to Brainstorm into something else. So, do I attack or not is what I'm asking myself right now. I'm happy with a trade. Like, I actually want to trade off these clicks here. All right, they did not want to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pierce, snap, pierce. Okay, maybe I have to respect Gideon a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is rough. I shouldn't have cracked that fetch. I thought I was going to cast Batterskull, but I didn't think about my turn enough. Like, I can spell Pierce Gideon right now and also Snap Brainstorm. And if they have a 6th land, all right, so I can Pierce, Snap, Pierce. And make sure Gideon doesn't hit play. Yeah, I was thinking I was just going to hardcast Batterskull that turn, but turned out that was not the play. They also should have attacked before they did this. So now I can block. Yeah, I was like busy talking and not thinking enough, and it definitely should have just... All right, so now it's interesting. They have 2 cantrips and a counterspell in their hand that I know about. And I'm winning the race, and I can shove Batterskull this turn. All right, I'm not going to block Snapcaster, because Batterskull will answer it. Caracas. Ooh, Council's Judgment. That one works too. So I could vote their click off the island, or I could just shove Batterskull. All right, I'm just going to attack first. They showed me they have Disenchant in their deck, which I can spell Snare. Oh, we both think each other is the beat. I don't know. We both think we're going to win by attacking. All right, so Ponder, Flusterstorm, AK, and an unknown. Whatever, go get him, Batterskull. Let's just hope their hand's full of air. I would actually love if they force a will here, but they did not. Yeah, I know about the Fluster. I can get the Fluster out of their hand at least. We can make it a sort of a dust settle kind of thing. Oh, Council's Judgment. All right, so can't snare that. But they had to spend their turn dealing with this instead of doing what they wanted to do, and I'm winning the race. All right, so this click neither attacked nor blocked last turn. They can't decide what their role in this matchup is. Good card, good card. That's a good card. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1. All right. Yeah, I can Council's Judgment, their click out of here now. It's not just Squire. Sword of Fire and Ice is in my deck. All right, go Stoneforge. They have 1 unknown. That was a pretty good unknown. Here's mine. All right, so they're going to fluster my snare. I'm going to fluster their counterspell, and then I'm going to get Sword of Fire and Ice into my hand. All right, and they have Ponder and AK left. I don't have to figure out how to fluster their fluster. I can just fluster their counterspell. Alright, Stoneforge resolves. They get to see a bunch of cards next turn. They get a draw step, an AK, and a ponder. They're going to see 6 cards, or up to 6 cards that we know about. I'm going to chip with my Snapcaster, see what they want to do about that. They'll probably just block. Alright, cool. Alright, so if we can dodge removal this turn, we're going to take over the game pretty easily, but they're going to see so many cards. Let's just hope they have to spend all their mana to get there. Yep. And let's hope they don't have 2 clicks. Uh-oh, AK into AK. The party goes on. Ponder. Alright, so they saw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, up to 8 cards. The good news is if their answer is plow and not disenchant, then they have to plow the click this turn, and then they'll also have to plow the Stoneforge next turn. They chose to shuffle. That's good. Exciting stuff. Let's just draw a Flusterstorm and not worry about it. How about that? Flusterstorm. That's so close to what I wanted. Whatever, let's see if this works. I didn't put this in my deck to not smash with it. Alright, so they either have disenchant or nothing. They would have plowed already if that was their plan. Alright, they had the disenchant. FML. Alright, now they get to block. Oh, Force of Will. If only you were a different card. Spell Pierce, Spell Snare, and Flusterstorm all win the game on the spot there. So does Snapcaster Mage. Alright, now Stoneforge is just Squire again. Is this a Jace? Jesus. At least I can answer Jace. Theoretically. Yup. Alright, so now I need to draw a blue card or a counterspell to make sure this Jace gets answered. Like, their deck has enough air that I'm not necessarily dead to a single Brainstorm. But if they get to do, like, 2, I'm probably not winning. Alright, sweet. Unfortunately, I have to save this Brainstorm to be a blue card. It doesn't get to be a Brainstorm unless this just resolves. Snapcaster would suck. Alright, that's what it looks like. Oh, Brainstorm. They're looking. Alright, I need them to not just raw dog a Flusterstorm. Actually, I could still pay for Flusterstorm. Flusterstorm's fine. Oh, it worked. It just somehow happened. Alright, so now I have Force of Will back up, and I'm ahead on board. Alright, let's see what happens from here. And we know that their cards in hand are not counterspells. Alright, I don't care about that right now. Yep, 6-turn clock. Oh, baby. Don't have a 4-drop on top. Don't have a 4-drop on top. Shit. They have a 4-drop in their hand? I'm not going to force this Brainstorm. I'll force the Jace or whatever if they do have it. But, oh, Supreme Verdict. Okay. Whatevs. Oh, Swords of Plowshares. Okay, so they're gonna have Supreme Verdict in their hand and one unknown. Also notable, they have 4 minutes left on their clock. Yuck, Ponder. I'm not gonna force a Ponder. Supreme Verdict's a bummer, though. Snapcaster. Alright. I do respect this. That one gets to AK or Brainstorm. Just hope they didn't leave a 5 on top. Alright. Supreme Verdict is their card in hand. Alright, sweet. We're ready for their next spell. Do. Now we're playing blue-white. Yeah, the blue-white mirror, just tick-tock on the clock. Now nobody's going to do anything for a while. All right, I'm ready for your clicks, opponent. Or my own click. I'd be pretty happy with my own click at this point. There's one left in the deck. Monastery Mentor. That I'm not ready for. Okay, sweet. So their card in hand is Supreme Verdict. Their card on top of their deck is Terminus. Let's go, Jace. We know their top card costs 6. All right, they shuffled it away. Terminus is gone. Don't you do it. Don't you do it to me. All right, Disenchant. They can draw Disenchant. I don't care. Off we go. Get rid of these two. All right, that should lock it up, I think. Even if they didn't have 3 minutes on their clock, I think we're still way ahead just dominating from this position. All right, so they have a land on top. I can Snapcaster... 1, 2... I can Snapcaster Force of Will. All right. Jace is always a sick rip. Yeah, when you get into these top deck wars, like, all you want in your entire life is Jace the Mind Sculptor. I should have fetched. I didn't really want that Stoneforge. All right, I'm going to Brainstorm again this turn because they have already... They have a fetch land. I'm going to click in their draw step. Go click. Fuck, Mentor on top. So lucky. But I get to get rid of it. Don't worry. Yeah, Brainstorm every turn handles a lot of bad times. All right. Fate Seal you. Yes, put that on the bottom. I probably should not have cast the Stoneforge, because now they get to know if they want their top card or not. Yeah. As such, they just shuffled it away. Alright, so I'm winning on Jace points and Stoneforge points. Life points and deck points are under attack. They have the Supreme Verdict. They should not actually be afraid of this. I'll stick the Plow on top, just in case they find Mentor. Alright, I'm not going to cast a card this turn. I can snap Force of Will if I need to. Supreme Verdict, yep. Alright. The Mighty Stoneforge was answered. I don't want that Swords to Plowshares. Oh, Motobug. Alright. bottom the Snapcaster. I have a Snapcaster of my own in case I decide I need it. I'm just going to use Jace to manipulate their counterbalance. Whoa. Yeah, get rid of that. All right, I'm going to test their counterbalance with this Ponder. Then I'm going to go for Gideon. Ooh, Palace Jailer is a mighty card too. I'm just going to shuffle this though. All right, so they're going to have to fetch to try to counter this. Unless they drew a Force of Will. Counter spell. I'm ready for that. Now they're going to have to fetch for counterbalance. So they're at 2. Terminus is the top card. We don't care about that one. Not one bit. White Knight ally. Go. Alright, so they're... Let's see if they want to Terminus my Knight. No, they're... I don't know. Like, Gideon is still here. They're dead to both of my Planeswalkers in different ways. So they're up against the ropes here. Yep. Don't care. What you got? Yes. Bottom the Mentor. I'm not going to go for the lethal. Like, if they just have Swords to Plowshares, why give them the chance? Jace kills them next turn anyway, and so does Knight Ally. They have to answer Jace and Knight Ally token and Gideon. And they have 4 cards to do it with. Alright, they just drew another Terminus. Yeah, I'm not risking my Planeswalker. Get out of here. Not when a 2/2 is lethal as well. Alright, that was obviously their draw for turn. They couldn't answer Jace last turn. Let's hope they don't have some crazy technology like misdirection or something, because I'm about to exile their deck. Alright, we did it. I guess I should... Oh, they're Hellbent. Oh, fuck. I missed combat. Whoops. I was so excited that we won that we could have just attacked for 5 there. But whatever. If they want to play out this game with their 3-card deck, it's their prerogative. Go get them, Knight. Alright, we did it. Defeated Miracles. Used almost every minute on our shared clocks. Alright, I'm going to pee real quick after that game. That was a long one. I'll be right back. This is the deck we're playing. Alright, I'm back. Let's do this. So Miracles is tough. The game's probably going to go long, but the deck does have the tools to win. The clicks are pretty important. Like the click Caracas engine. Having an unkillable 3-1 flash Thoughtseizes. Pretty strong. Nubunga, I can totally guess who. That's just good deck building. Alright, 2 brainstorms. I am on the play, so I won't necessarily get chaliced right out of the game. Alright, so this hand needs some help. These brainstorms have to be good. But I do get to play the game on basics. Like my basic... Oh god, what's happening? Oh, are they just... Are they Manaless Dredge? Is it happening? Oh, they're just a Reanimator that didn't get there. Alright, so sweet. I don't need this basic planes. I'm gonna have to draw the island, but they showed me, like, if Chancellor is the best creature they can come up with, I have that covered. If they find a Grizzlebrand, I can cover that as well. Unless their hand is just, like, insane minus Entomb. Like, I guess they would need another Entomb to get a Grizzlebrand in their graveyard, too. Oh, fuck. I'm getting unmasked. I guess I should have put the plow on top. Mistakes were made. The good news is I can still kill this thing with Council's Judgment the turn after. Like, I don't have 4 mana to cast it this turn, but... Alright, there's Chancellor. So I can Brainstorm this turn and then Council's Judgment next turn, and we're right out of it. Unless they can produce another scary monster this turn. All right, Honorog, you're smart. You don't think there's a reason to brainstorm. You might be right. Exhume, huh? So they get to put Grizzlebrand into play. So, yeah, Puncher's Chance. Obviously, hindsight. Well, no. You can't play Caracas there because I want to shuffle away my shitty cards. It's just like, now that hindsight's 2020, they obviously drew Entomb that turn for the turn. So, all right, now I'm gonna brainstorm and hope to find Force blue card. I guess do I fetch first because I know Basic Plains is my next draw. Guess not. All right. All right, they're gonna get a Grizzlebrand here. All right, so they go to 5. They can't reanimate anything for the rest of the game. I guess they could unmask or Thoughtseize my Judgment now. Dark Ritual. How broken are they going? Grizzlebrand's not going to connect. Alright, so the Caracas has protection from discard spells. I'm going to bounce the Grizzlebrand, and then I have Ponder plus 2 more draw steps to try to answer this Chancellor. God, what's happening? Are they going to Tendrils me out too? So they could hardcast Unmask here. Yeah, Caracas still protects me from Grizzlebrand damage. It's the draw 7 I'm worried about, but they are at 2. So even if I draw, like, Snapcaster Mage, I can win. Like, if I draw Snapcaster right now, I bounce Caracas, I take my 5. Alright, they're duressing my Ponder. Okay, they're doing everything they can. Yeah, so... Oh, they also drained me. Alright, so now they're out of True Name range. So... Oh, Jesus. Great. Their hand was literal perfects. Well, I guess they drew 7, that's fine. But yeah, alright, so... They used Collective Brutality to bring up this Ashen Rider. Now I'm dead. Let's see, how do I get out of this? Is there even a way? But when Ashen Rider leaves the battlefield, it also triggers. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm just dead. Yeah, that was pretty fucking perfect from them. Drawing the Entomb that turn when they had nothing else going on. They went from just like dead to perfect everything. Whatever, this matchup's great. We'll just beat them in sideboard games. Yeah, and Collective Brutality was the perfect card too. Like, Thoughtseize or Duress or Unmask don't do it there. It has to be exactly Brutality. Alright, so Clicks, Flusterstorms, Surgicals, Tormod's Crypt. These all come in. Containment Priest, obviously. Well, it's possible. I mean, that deck is not good. It's just powerful. So there's certainly a cheese factor at play. All right, Wasteland is not helpful in this matchup. Umezawa's Jitte doesn't do much. True Name's too slow. Can shave on Stone Forges when you cut down to 1 weapon. I just have the Batter Skull. I like Plow. I like all my discard spells. Like these removal spells. Palace Jailer is fucking bananas if it happens. Is Purge better than Judgment? Probably. Like, Judgment, or Purge doesn't get Chancellor, but Judgment costs 4 when there's a Chancellor. And this can hit a Animate Dead on a non-black creature. Yeah, alright. Anzi, we're on the same page. Yeah, this looks fine. Alright, so I have a Spell Snare and a Force of Will. I'm going to keep this. I wish it had 2 lands, but it doesn't. And Force plus land stops Chancellor from ruining me. This is one of the weird matchups where both sides get a lot of value out of the London Mulligan. Like, they want to do something busted and protect it, and I want to stop them from doing that. Alright, so I'm going to put these two things back. So they get to take one of these soft counters, and then I get to use Force of Will on whatever they do next turn. Unless they just have like Lotus Petal, Dark Ritual, and Tomb Reanimate right now. But then I have Swords to Plowshares, but not if they take it. Oh shit. Alright, so they probably just have it right now. Oh, they didn't. That's weird. Why would they take Plow if they weren't making a monster that turn? There's some sort of transformational sideboard that I should know about. Are they casting Dark Confidant? I'm not letting this resolve. Yeah, have two more discard spells is probably the answer. But now I have Click. Crypt Breaker, woo! That's saucy technology. And I'm going to click their draw step. I have the Force of Will back up. And Collective Brutality is the only thing I don't want. Like, Brutality being able to kill Click and strip my Force is a huge dick. Alright, I'm going to let Entomb resolve. Grave Titan, Ash Trophy, and some lands. No, you can keep all of that. Alright, so are they going to trophy me right away? It looks like it. I'm going to let this resolve. It ramps me up to Batterskull. And forcing that and having my 3-power creature in play doesn't matter if they just resolve Reanimate next turn. Right, come on, deck. How about a land? Ponder's like a land, usually. Okay, this is good stuff. Alright, I can brainstorm, get rid of this Swords to Plowshares that I don't need. And hide this. Hide the Batterskull from discard. Alright, now I have Spell Snare plus Force of Will, not just one or the other. Additional Entombs. Is there any sweet tech that these decks play? Like, I don't know, like some non-monster that they want in their graveyard for some reason? If they draw Dark Ritual, they can cast Titan, but they need 2 more lands to get there. Alright, they're getting close. Alright, casting Batterskull now. So if they draw a land, then I'm clear to force the Grave Titan, and if they don't draw a land, then I don't have to force the Grave Titan. Yeah, just Coffin Purge, and that wouldn't come in this matchup. It's not what it's for. Alright, so they're in duress mode with this Brutality. Alright, I'll just let it resolve, because if I force it, then they were just going to take force anyway, so it doesn't matter. And I'm going to cantrip my way to victory anyway. Let's just find Containment Priest and shut it down. Alright, I accept all of these options. Even get to hardcast the Force. So now they're in the same position again, where if they draw a land, I'm free to counterspell, and if they don't draw a land, then I don't have to counterspell. All right, pack it up. All right, now we're on the draw again. Things get tougher on the draw. It's still fine, but it's tougher. Like if they just have like Chancellor plus turn one creature, I would need a force and a surgical, or two forces or two surgicals. I would need a double spell on turn 0 to get out of that, which is doable, but it's tough. Yuck. This hand is so close to being playable. So they're on 6 already. Yeah, this hand is... I can't rely on surgical to do all my hard work. Oh, this hand is also not exciting. So if I get a turn, Flusterstorm's pretty great. Alright, they kept 6. And I have the Caracas. Ugh. This is so bad. But I don't want to be on 5. But maybe 5's better. Alright, I'm going to look for a better 5. This is a much worse 5. Oh, we're just going down the dumpsters. Alright, I have to put 3 of these on the bottom of my deck. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's disgusting. Oh, they even had a Chancellor. Let's hope they don't have a turn 1. I'm good on turn 2. Oh, they had Unmasked too. Don't worry. They had everything. All right, so... Why can't I respond? Oh, because there's nothing in the graveyard. That's a good reason. Oh, he targeted himself. Okay. So this is actually... This is actually fine. So I'm going to surgical here. It's going to get countered, and then I'm going to plow this thing. All right. Their only card in hand is Thoughtseize. Oh, fuck, I can't plow it. You're right. Doesn't matter. Wow, okay, so their hand was like a perfect 6, but the London Mulligan makes that more likely. So they're going to take the plow. I needed to bust through that Chancellor eventually anyway. All right, so I'm going to have to ponder this turn or just draw plow. I know there's a plow on the bottom of my deck. So I'm actually going to fetch before I draw. London Mulligan strikes again. Come on, plow. Not helpful. Oh my god, so close. This match has been the best I've ever seen Chancellor of the Annex. Like, normally that's the worst monster and you can beat it easily. Plow, 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 plow. Alright, we got one more shot at this. Was there even another way to do my line? I don't know, like... I think I had to bust through that shield. Plow. Fuck. Alright, we lost to the great matchup. We did mull to 4 though, so... Maybe I should have kept that first hand. Though it was so bad, and on the London Mulligan, like... So, going to 4 on a London mulligan is like 3 bad 7s in a row. And I don't know, we definitely got RNG'd a little bit there. Mulligan to Oblivion. Though the good news is that because of the London mulligan, our 4 had a chance. Though the bad news is that because of the London mulligan, their 6 was perfect. Yeah, Chancellor's a pretty big pain in the ass. RNG'd means unlucky. It's a gamer term meaning unlucky. I would like to play first. My opponent's name is Mental Misstep. This hand's pretty bad against Mental Misstep, but I'm going to keep it anyway. I got a turn 1 Ponder. When you sleeve up a blue-white deck, you sign up for these turn 1 Ponder hands. Like Island Ponder, Snapkeep. God, these Motobugs. Shuffle away Palace Jailer, draw Palace Jailer. Mother of Ruins. Shit. Land? Alright, brainstorm, find me some lands. Alright, kinda. We're gonna have a turn 3 True Name. That's sweet. Spell Pierce doesn't do anything in this matchup. Certainly not now, unless they draw like a turn 2 Aether Vial. That Mother of Ruin sticking is a huge beating, though. We're just going to have to hope that True Name Nemesis is enough to get this done. All on his own. Because he's not going to have any help. This matchup's really good. I said that last time and we lost, but I do like the Death and Taxes matchup. Yeah, we mulled to 4, Rob. And it was still close. Like, the best they could do was unmask their own Chancellor on turn 1 and reanimate it. But it was like, if we draw Swords to Plowshares, we win on every turn of the game. But we were just unable to do that. So they have Sword of Fire and Ice right in their main deck. That's a bad time for me. Okay, good. We found a land. Well, Spell Pierce can suck my whole ass. That card doesn't do anything. So, yeah, it's Mishra's Factory. Alright, I'm gonna get in there. I'm not gonna be able to block if they put this sword into play anyway. I really wish this could fetch basic planes, but it can't. Yeah, the foil snow version. This is the hottest possible that exists. Alright, so they didn't have a 4th land, or else this Thalia would have been wearing a sword. Alright, I'm going to waste Rishadan Port now, so I can have white mana going into my main phase. Because I have to fetch. I don't want to draw those cards. White land, white land. Shit. That was not the white land we're looking for. Alright, not going to be able to block anyway. Hope they don't have a wasteland. They didn't have any land drop at all last turn. And I can't snap Brainstorm or snap Ponder because of Thalia. Yep, here comes the Idiot Brigade. Alright, we can still pull this out if I draw a white land this turn. Yeah, the beats are coming. White mana. Snapcaster number 3. Alright. Tiltapalooza. Yeah, I mean, when they get to tax you, like I've missed 3 land drops now. It's like turn 6, I guess I did crack off the wasteland, but I've missed 2 land drops. If I just had 4 mana, like this, and this would be active. The Snapcasters would be active. All right, now they have Port. Surprise. I'm going to run that out there just as something for them to think about, I guess. It will save a little bit of damage. We also have a lot of awkward cards game 1. That was really aggressive on... Like, why would they even do that on their turn? Phyrexian Revoker, okay. Alright, I need a source of white mana. Please, RNGesus. Praise be to you. Fucked. Alright. We missed 3 land drops and they beat us. Good job, opponent. Alright, so in this matchup, we want Engineered Explosives, Supreme Verdict, Disenchants, and Gideon is optional, but I tend to like him. Cards that are worse include Spell Pierce. That goes right out. I don't like 4 Force of Wills, but I do like some number. Usually 2 is where I'm happy. And then the rest of these cards are all pretty good. Boom. So the way to beat this matchup is you just have to get your mana set up. If you're both casting spells, you're going to win, but they work really hard to make sure you don't cast spells between Thalia, Port, and Wasteland. But the deck plays 7 basics, so you should be able to get set up. Unless you end up in an awkward situation, like last game. If I knew we were against taxes, I wouldn't have kept that wonky one-lander. I guess it was Island Wasteland where my mana source is. Like, you need basic planes in play in this matchup. So you have kind of the same plan, this deck and Death and Taxes. Like, you have kind of a similar core of removal and threats, but the difference is that where they have Thalias and lock pieces, you have cantrips and counterspells. So it's just a matter of whose stuff lines up better. Like, their nut draw is going to be hard to beat, but if both decks play an average draw, you should be ahead. All right, we have basic planes. Priest is fine. It just... There's no room for it, is the problem. All right, it's awkward that I had to play this Tundra. Okay, sweet. We're set up on lands now. So the problem with Priest is that you would have to start cutting more cards, and I like all the other cards I have better than Priest. All right, there is that. I do not want to draw a Batter Skull, not yet. I do very much want them to not have an Aether Vial, though. All right, so here comes turn 2 Thalia, because they always have it. We have Swords to Plowshares, though. We're ready. Oh, Mother of Runes. That's great. Even better. I'm going to Brainstorm. Whoa, fuck. I did not mean to click that land. Alright, now I'm not going to Brainstorm, because I want to get full value out of it. That's awkward, now that there's just mana floating. Yeah, you Swords the Mom. Try not to misclick and play your land instead of Brainstorm. Alright, the turn 3 Aether Vial is not as scary. MF and Stoneforge Mystic. Man, I wish we could have Brainstormed for a Spell Snare there. Alright. There's the fetch land. We're going to get a full value Brainstorm here. Right, Batter Skull goes back in the deck. And the basic Plains can go back in the deck, because I'm going to fetch it out anyway. I'm going to plow the Stoneforge right now. I could wait a turn and disenchant the Batter Skull, but I'd rather just not even that. I don't even want that to be in play. All right, that's out of here. All right, now it's turn 4 and the board is stable. So this is where our cantrips and counterspells start to take over compared to their more creatures. Sword of Fire and Ice. I'm going to gamble and let that resolve. The Aether Vial makes it a little scary. So I get to Brainstorm, then shuffle with Stoneforge, so that's awesome. Oh, nice. All right, so can put this back. And I'm actually going to put this Stoneforge back on top, because I don't plan on shuffling this turn. I'm just going to vote Aether Vial off the island. Oh shit, they have factories. Whatever. They want to spend their entire next turn connecting with a factory. I guess worse things have happened. I'm drawing Stoneforge next turn, which gets to pick up Jete. Okay, so they do want to do this. It's probably good. It clears the Snapcaster, draws them a card. These techie factories are doing their job here. Alright, looks like they want to get in for an extra 1 point of damage too. Yep. Stoneforge can block factories. They even get to Brainstorm again. The hits keep coming. Cyrus, I approach Vintage as how do I have the most fun? And the answer is Storm. I approach Legacy as how do I win the most matches, and I've found that to be fair blue decks. Also, welcome, Cyrus. Good to see you. All right, I'm going to get Batterskull here, actually. And the Wasteland gets to protect me from factory attacks this turn. Yeah, like when I play Vintage, yes, I will be at the GP. It sounds like many, many people from around the country who I don't see often will be there. We'll have to do like a big hangout dinner. Balls. All right. Whatever. They had their Wasteland, but so they get to attack, but I get to block this time. Yeah, I'll see you this weekend. Thanks for stopping by. All right, so I am going to block because I'm going to lose my Stoneforge to the trigger anyway. Might as well not take 1,000,000 damage along the way. All right, then I'll shove Batterskull into play. Folith, I suppose you could do that, but I don't recommend it unless you really have to for budget reasons. Like sometimes your opening hand has Arid Mesa and Ponder, and like you just really need to cast Ponder on turn one, and Prairie Stream's not going to do it for you. Yeah, I mean, like, the deck would mostly function in those circumstances. It's just not ideal. All right, so I can... Yeah, Hallowed Fountain is better. Much, much better. All right, so I can disenchant the sword, or I can disenchant... I could explode the vial. If I explode the vial, I guess I still get to brainstorm. But I take another crack from the sword. All right, yeah, I think I have to pass here. And just hope they don't have 2-drops that are going to bury me. Because if they go in on the factory play again, I get to disenchant the sword, block the factory, and 2-for-1 them. Though this vial on 2 is kind of brutal. All right, they're going for it. It is as we described. Swords to Plowshares can break this up, but they're still losing their sword. Folith, thanks for the follow. All right, disenchant this weapon. Block this factory. All right, 2-for-1 achieved. All right, I like Ponders. All right. I like Gideon's too. Yeah, I'm just going to shove this Gideon into play. Like, even if they violin, like, Thalia here, Gideon still gets to stick around for a turn. Stoneforge, I guess they could equip and connect with Jitte. I'm setting up for a big Engineered Explosive on 2 next turn, though. I am going to GP Niagara Falls. I will be there. Wasteland. They left their vial on 2. That's interesting. Worth noting. All right, there's the Jitte. Wasteland my Tundra, okay. It was never long for this world. So I'm drawing Stoneforge Mystic this turn. My Batterskull's already gone. There's still a Jitte in my deck. Do I think I can bait out a Thalia here? Alright, I'm going to attack first and see if they vial in a Thalia to kill my knight. Alright, they did not do that. Make another 2/2. And make an explosives on 2. So now even if they end step something with this vial, I can still blow it up. This kills their Stoneforge, their Jitte. Oh, do they have Batterskull the whole time? Okay. Respectable. Alright, so vial is still on 2. I have 1 Council's Judgment, 1 Disenchant, and 2 Snapcasters in the deck that can still deal with this. Alright, Jitte is equipped. Corcruxian, thanks for the follow. It's a good point. I do need to watch out for Revoker. If they activate the vial on 2, I need to pop in response. I'll pop in response to the Jitte trigger. It gets counters, but there's nothing there to put counters on. Got him. Alright, I forget what my top card is, but I know I don't want it, so I'm cracking this fetch. I think it's a land. Alright, let's draw an answer for Batterskull. Kinda someday in the future answer. It was a Force of Will? Alright, Moto Bug. It happened again. That keeps happening. Jitte. 0/0. Jitte. Alright, I exposed my Jitte to a disenchant, but that's always going to happen. There's no way around that. And now I have enough Knight allies to block this Batterskull. Do they have another weapon in their deck? I've already answered 3 of them. Alright, no, they're out. Okay. I've answered 2. The other one's in play still. Uh-oh, they went up to 3. It's Flicker Wisp time. Alright, I'm going for the double block. It gets blown out by Flicker Wisp, but it's the same as single blocking otherwise. Hello Beto, thanks for the follow. And F711, also thanks for the follow. Happy to have you all with us. Alright, so here's the options with Flicker Wisp. They can wisp one of my knights out of play and just eat the other one in combat. They can let these trades happen and wisp the Batterskull, then it will come back with a fresh germ. Or they can wait until I equip my Jitte to Stoneforge Mystic and then just poop that out of play so I don't get any Jitte counters. So those are the 3 things that could happen right now with a wisp. And it looks like they are weighing their options about all of those. I made the double block to force them to make a decision about that now. Like, I don't want to just chump and let them keep their germ and also flicker the Jitte. Just got to make them choose. Oh, they're deep in the tank. So Death and Taxes, I think, is the hardest deck to play perfectly in Legacy. In Storm is also hard, but Death and Taxes is really, really tough. Oh no. Oh, they voted for Jitte. Alright. That makes me think they don't have Flicker Wisp. Though I'm not a Death and Taxes expert. Alright, now I have Force of Will up for anything they try to cast. Though, it's unlikely they're going to cast much. Alright, they did have a Wisp all along. Alright, so they are flickering the Batterskull as I described. Unfortunately, I cannot stop this. Yeah, having Council's Judgment to go with the Wisp worked out perfectly. So if they didn't have Judgment, my Jitte would have 2 counters on it right now. And Aether Vial's so good. When this deck has Vial in play versus when they don't is like hilariously different. Alright, I'm blocking with Stoneforge so I can try to set up a double block next turn. And Stoneforge is just a 1-2 at this point. I'm out of equipment. Schadenport, bummer. I would very much like to draw a Supreme Verdict. That would be a good card. I'd also accept Swords to Plowshares or Council's Judgment or Disenchant. Any of the above are fine. Yeah, it is any Vial deck. Fuck! That's not helping me here. Yeah, all Vial decks are pretty impressive when they have Aether Vial and straight up poop soup when they don't. Alright, so Gideon gained me a ton of life this game, but he's going to die this turn. Oh god, is there one card in hand, another Flicker Wisp? Alright, good. It was not. We dodged that one. Alright, they have 5 mana now, so they can start looping the Batterskull with Stoneforge. Nubunga, your definition of good is pretty liberal. It's a deck you can play, sure. I don't know if it's good. Oh, that's weird. The opponent attacked me with Flicker Wisp and Gideon with Germ. I wonder if that was a mistake. Like, it should have gone the other way, or if they just, like, were greedy. Come on, Supreme Verdict. Disenchant. Something. Yep, Supreme Verdict. Let's go. Swords to Plowshares. Fuck. I don't need more counterspells. I really, truly don't. I have so many outs to this situation in my deck. They're just not forthcoming. Yeah, don't be fooled. I tried the Aether Vial Stoneblade deck last Wednesday on stream. Wow, it was bad. Rich still thinks it's good, but I think he is mistaken. Okay, it was not a mistake last turn. They're still attacking my face with this Wisp. But now they're attacking my face with everything. That's probably right. Like, Gideon's not actually doing anything in the face of this Batterskull. So they do need to kill actual me. Which is why I need a Swords to Plowshares, folks. Come on. Supreme Verdict. Something to kill this Wisp, and we can start getting back to work. Okay. Yeah, I remember New Horizons. New Horizons was a sweet deck. And Terravore aggro. Alright, this will stem the bleeding a little bit. Unfortunately, I have to vote for Flicker Wisp. So, like, it just... They don't even have to bounce the Batterskull, because Flicker Wisp is what's actually killing me. But now we're stable again. They're going to gain infinite life along the way. Did New Horizons have Vial? I don't think it did. Yeah, I definitely don't remember Vial being in that deck. Alright, so now we're in this miserable holding pattern where they're going to gain 4 life a turn, and I'm going to block until one of us busts the game open somehow. Is this a Sanctum Prelate on 1? Because that would certainly do it. Alright. Mother of Runes. No, that card is way the fuck too good. Alright, how about Supreme Verdict? Or Snapcaster Mage, or Council's Judgment. Supreme Verdict's my best draw. Oh, Nemesis. I forgot that card was even in my deck. I'll take one of those. Alright, so they're hellbent over there. I'm out of equipment. It's just their top decks versus mine right now. They're at 39 and I'm at 4. So things aren't good. Yeah, Palace Jailer would be one of the best draws. Jace would also be really great. I got a lot of good cards in my deck, so let's draw some of them. Jailer? Spellster is not really what I wanted. But it does keep a Thalia or, I don't know, some other mess. I don't even know what they might have. I also have Force of Will up this turn. I can counter a Mother of Runes. Mother of Runes is one of their best draws. What do you mean I can't play Jailer? Totally can. Oh, I can't play the Snare. You're right. Oh, no. The fuck? Is this a Flicker Wisp? It totally is. Alright, they're getting rid of my Tundra. Alright, let's just draw... I don't know. This is going to be tough, because they get to crunch me down to 1. Alright, I can't cast that. Alright, so I get my Tundra back here, and I have to draw a 2-mana answer to... or a more than 1 mana answer to Flicker Wisp. Palace Jailer fits the bill. I can't Force of Will. I can hard cast it. Oh yeah, they can just equip Flicker Wisp with Batterskull. Yeah, Flicker Wisp was perfect. Let's see if they know how to do that. Looks like they do. Sucks. Yeah, we're just losing good matchups on stream all day today. There he was. He was up next. Yeah, we just bricked forever. All right. I've lost more tonight on stream with this deck than I have in the history of me playing this deck on Moto. All right. Let's just refire. Get back in. I'll do one more league tonight. Yeah, I don't know. I know Dave Price was the the man behind the New Horizons deck. Not to be confused with the other Dave Price. There was a famous Dave Price from the early days of Magic. He was famous for like Burn and Ponza decks, and then this different Dave Price arrived later. Yeah, this deck is just from like 2011. Yeah, this is the deck we're talking about, by the way. Look at Thrawn the Last Troll right in this deck. Nether Reliquary, Terravore, just biggest monsters you've ever seen. Nubunga, don't you have a foil Terravore? That thing is hot. I think I've seen you with that card in your deck. Ugh. Yeah, you do. You are of style and class. Oh, that's a mulligan. That's a keep. I'm going to put the Jace on the bottom. It's the most expensive card, and we're not going to need it for a while. Yeah, Sower of Temptation. That was a sweet Magic card back when we could play it. It doesn't quite stack up to Modern Legacy the way it did before. Street Wraith, huh? Street Wraith Preordain off of a basic island. I'm suspicious about all of this. I guess I'm just going to jam Stoneforge Mystic and hope it works. You think this is a Reanimator deck? It, like, Street Wraith is usually in Dredge and Death Shadow. Yeah, but like Death Shadow doesn't generally have a basic island, or maybe they do, but if that's their first land drop of the game, it's a huge sign of weakness because they want to be playing. Oh, Jesus. Well, let's draw a fetch land here and get Batterskull into play. Come on, White Source. Fuck, we're dead. Well, that didn't quite work out. Yeah, it's got to be Death Shadow. Though their hand is really weird, if it is. Whoa. I'm going to teach them. I'll destroy my own wasteland. Gotcha. Alright, so this is awkward and unfortunate. I really hate getting punished by Wasteland in my deck that I've built to not get punished by Wasteland. But sometimes awkward shit happens. Alright, here comes the Watery Grave, I'm sure. Nope. What is happening? Oh, Gurmag Angler. That's a pretty good card. Let's draw a White Source. Yeah. Alright. It's another Gurmag. I'll go for this. Although, it might have been better to just let that happen. So I would be able to protect my Swords to Plowshares. Alright. Let's hope for the best. Alright, we're back in this. They're at 13 again. So they can't cast Death Shadow. Or they can, it would just be a bad idea. Alright, there's him. Alright, it hit my true name, which is lame. Fuck. Alright, it seems that they have developed their game. Oh, no respect for Jailer Boy. He does cost 4. Perfect. Discard spells are so good in Legacy. Like that Thoughtseize just took my hand from like totally playable to hot garbage. Alright, come on, deck. How about a Brainstorm into a fetch land? Fuck, 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 fuck. Alright. This is not going well. I do think this matchup's good, though. I know I keep saying that and then losing, but that's Magic. Swords to Plowshares, please one time. Come on, dealer. Alright, maybe I'll get another turn. Maybe they can't deal 1 to themselves somehow with their 3 cards in hand. Dead. Yeah, we lost that game because we had to play on non-basics. Alright, so Engineered Explosive, Supreme Verdict, Celestial Purge. I like Flusterstorm. It fights their discard plan. Force of Will is not a great Magic card in this matchup. Umezawa's Jitte also isn't great. I'm going to cut the Wastelands because that's not really my plan. True Name is excellent. Let's see, the Jittes and Batterskulls. Can I shave my Stoneforge package, or do I just shave a Jace? I think I shave a Jace. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, I don't love their choice of basic lands. Yeah, Jitte would be insane. Target player gains life. As if Jitte is not already insane. Nubunga, I also like Force in this matchup. I just don't know that if I have room for 4 of them. Like, if I were Grixis, I would for sure just have all 4 Forces still in my deck. But since I have white cards, I might not need them. Unfortunately, this hand again, it's only white sources non-basic. Let's hope to draw a good one. I think the Death Shadow deck is really bad now, just for the record. For those of you considering what to play in Niagara. This deck was awesome when it broke at the Pro Tour. Like, I played it that weekend, and it was insane. But it has fallen out of favor. Alright, so I'm just going to pass with this Spell Pierce up. This will protect me from Hymn to Turok next turn. And if they don't have that, then it'll protect my Stoneforge on the following turn. Whoa, are they going to end step a Brainstorm? They're welcome to it if they want to do that. What made it good then is that nobody knew about it. It was actually like secret technology and not just like a weird bad Delver deck. Like, nobody was ready to fight on that axis at the Pro Tour. And the main deck Reanimates were insane against Black Red Reanimator, which was one of the top decks at that Pro Tour. Alright, I'm going to pierce this. It will, like, effectively gain them 2 life, quote unquote, which I want to do. Then I can jam my Stoneforge next turn. Yeah, Stoneforge decks were at their lowest at that time. Alright, I have to fetch Tundra, wide open to Wasteland. FML. Alright, they had a Force of Will, okay. So, like, the worst thing they can do to me is, like, Wasteland plus Death Shadow this turn. That would be so bad. Or Wasteland plus Gurmag. Alright, that took one card. No, those were like mostly two cards I don't care about. Alright, so I can Spell Pierce him this turn. Yeah, Death Shadow is really good against Grixis Control, which was another... That was like the default, like, big brain smart person deck. Son of a bitch. Fucked by Wasteland again. It's so awkward when you're all basic mana base deck just gets hit by a Wasteland. Feels so bad. I'm gonna go for Spell Pierce on this. Oh, they're forcing it? Alright, they have one card left in hand. Let's hope it's not a creature, but it definitely is. Oh, it's not. Okay. Alright, we got a white source. It's non-basic still. Shadow was a little too fast for that. Alright, well... let's hope their card in hand is removal and not daze. Sweet. I'm going to plus, because I know their hand doesn't have a threat. That's annoying. I am going to bottom the Wasteland, as bad as that feels. I can bounce a threat if they draw one. Stupid Tundra. If I could build a blue-white deck, if I could figure out how to make it work where I just have 0 Tundras, I would be so happy. So this turn I get to start brainstorming. Okay, that's Marsh Flats. It looks exactly like Wasteland. Alright, Snapcaster Mage, I see you, little buddy. Alright, I'll cast one of these Ponders. Yeah, I don't want to bottom that, but whatever. Alright, let's hope they didn't draw a daze. They didn't have one last turn. But they did just cast Brainstorm. Alright, cool. Yeah, if I could play Flooded Strand 5 through 8 instead of having to put Arid Mesa in my deck, then I would cut all the Tundras. That's how this would work. If the deck building rules were changed, or they printed like snow-covered Flooded Strand, I would just rebuild the fetch lands and only play basics. Alright, let's see. Do they have the Diabolic Edict? At this point in the game, I don't even care if they do have the Edict, because that's one of their precious cards in hand to answer this thing that isn't Jace. Ash Barrens is not quite the same as Snow-Covered Flooded Strand, Nubunga. Though I do love me an Ash Barrens. Alright, the cans keep on tripping. I'm gonna put them to 1. Alright, they're dead. Alright, so I don't think my plan changes when I'm on the player draw. Maybe I want to Force a Will on the draw over Counterspell, maybe? Because Counterspell's not going to get a Hymn to Turok on the draw. Though I have 7 Counterspells for Hymn to Turok already. Stu Summers, hello. Yeah, I think maybe I want the Force on the draw to make sure I don't just die to some cheese. Maybe Jite is bad. So if Jite is bad, what does the deck look like? We're playing against Death Shadow. So maybe I just want to hit all my land drops. Yeah, Gideon comes in because the white cards make it so they're probably not just gonna like ram us down. And Jitte helps against Delver of Secrets, and that's it. It does nothing against Death Shadow and Gurmag. Spell Snare is really good because they're a Hymn to Turok deck. What is BB? Can answer BB? Oh, Bitter Blossom. Okay. That makes sense. All right, so those are back. No, Wasteland is bad, I promise. We're never wasting them. It would just be a colorless land drop. And if I can set up like 3 or 4 basics, then that doesn't matter. Maybe down 1 Stoneforge, up 1 Gideon. All right, I'm going to try this. I like the forces on the draw. I was down to 2 on the play, but like this deck legitimately doesn't even run that many threats. All right, this hand's good. It can counter a Hymn to Turok and answer a threat. We have a Brainstorm and a Sweeper for later. Just hope we don't get Thought Seized. I'm not going to say unbeatable, Robbie, because then they're going to beat me with it. Those are the rules of Magic. Fuck! All right. They had the Thoughtseize. Let's see what they're scared of. This will tell us a lot about their hand. If they take Flusterstorm, they're going to cast Hymn to Turok next turn. If they take Swords to Plowshares, then they have a handful of creatures. All right. Haha, got him. Never didn't have it. Get fucked. Let's just hope they hemorrhage all their value this turn to get a Death Shadow into play, then I kill it. Yeah, the second main Thoughtseize. That was the pump fake. That's how they read you. Oh, they're doing it. Going for that Shadow. Turn 2 Shadow. Maybe they'll play 2. Please just cast 2 Shadows. For fuck's sake, do it. Or Shadow and Gurmag. I'd be okay with that too. Jace Rin's Prodigy? Okay. Yeah, whatever. I will also Swords of Plowshare that. Yeah, fetching C was a tell that they don't have the the Shadow. Or they just had sufficient bait that they didn't need it. Ba-boo! This card is such hot tech because when it gets plowed, you don't even gain life. So I could have run out explosives on 1 last turn when it's likely to resolve and just answer future Shadows. But I think holding up Flusterstorm so I don't get hemmed is more important. Or maybe they just have all 3 Watery Graves in their hand. That's their whole play. Though it does look like they kept this hand on the strength of Thoughtseize and a Jace. Alright, that's a Gurmag. You got it, buddy. Let's just draw another Plow. I'd also accept Snapcaster Mage. Alright, I'm going to go for a Brainstorm here. Find that Plow. Find that Purge. Alright, I'll take a Purge. So I don't need Caracas. And I kind of want all my other cards, unfortunately. But that's not how Magic works. I guess what I could do is put the explosives on top. All right, so I'm going to wait till next turn. EE on 7? That would be sick. I would sign up for that. All right, so here's my new plan. I'm going to Celestial Purge this thing on their end step, or maybe in combat. I'll decide when I get there. Now I can take 5. I'll just take 5, Celestial Purge in the end step, untap, jam Jace. Or I could just do nothing. All right. I guess I'll Purge now. And then they can decide which of my unbeatable planeswalkers they're more scared of. Both these planeswalkers answer Gurmag in one way or another. Hopefully this just resolves, though, and we don't have to worry about it. No chance. All right, days. Days of our lives. Days of our days. All right, they have one card left in hand that we don't know about. They have Underground Sea and an Unknown. Let's just hope it's not the other days. All right. Scared of Jace. Probably correct. Jace is real scary. Deece. Let's just fuck this guy right off. All right, so we can Flusterstorm him. We can't Fluster a Thoughtseize. All right. There it is. All right, Gideon, Gideon. Don't have days, don't have days. That's interesting. All right, I'm going for Gideon. This plays into days, but it ignores Diabolic Edict. We got there. McMaster, I have not written any articles about this deck. I have many VODs available on stream, though. I have a YouTube channel that's in the links underneath this Twitch. Underneath your Twitch screen that you're looking at right now. And I also have VODs available on here. I've done all of my content creation for this deck live on screen. All right, we defeated Death Shadow. Finally beat a good matchup. Yeah, if you go back through my videos on YouTube and the saved Twitch VODs, my Twitch VODs only go back 2 weeks, but anything older than that will be available on YouTube. If you go through that, I do a lot of talking about how I sideboard and why. Good choice, McMaster. Like the video where I built this deck in the first place is on YouTube. Like that's back in the archive where you see my thought process in putting this deck together in the first place, which might help make sense of why cards are in the deck, if that's not already clear. All right, so I'm putting Brainstorm second from the top and drawing Spell Pierce. In case I get Thoughtseized, I want to have the Brainstorm. And I don't need a third Swords to Plowshares unless this is Death and Taxes. Even then, I'm not super excited about it. Badlands go. Alright, so it smells like Grixis control. I hope it's Reanimator with a bad hand. But maybe we finally are going to play against Grixis on stream. Alright, I'm going to Brainstorm and then Spell Pierce. Okay, sweet. Jitte and Plow go into the deck. Then I'll Pierce this. Then I'll cast Stoneforge Mystic. And then we win the game somehow. I'm going to get Batterskull because that one demands an answer quicker. Jund, actual Jund? I don't think we can beat Jund. I'll be honest. Thoughtseize, shit. Discard is so good against my deck. Fuck my life. They could just be Rakdos control. Look at this mana so far. I don't even know what they're doing. They were more afraid of Snapcaster than Batterskull. Shit. Shit! So lucky. Alright, hopefully they can't beat this card. Resolves. You're dead. Jarvis, thanks for the bits, Doggo Bitsos. Jarvis, did you hit your YouTube goal today? Oh, they are Grixis. Surprise. Yeah! Hey, everybody watching, if you're not already subscribed to Jarvis U on YouTube, go subscribe to Jarvis U on YouTube. He's great. Oh, Force of Will is not going to help me. I really wanted to draw Jace that turn. Let's hope they don't have their one main deck Diabolic Edict right now. I think Phoenix is just a bad Storm deck, and the matchup is totally fine. You just treat it like a Storm or Reanimator deck when you're sideboarding, except like if they do go off, instead of you just being dead, you can still like Batterskull and Swords to Plowshares your way out of it. Oh, what are they doing? Did they find their one edict? They did not shuffle their library. Oh, Gurmag, okay. The race is on. Let's draw Jitte. Jitte? Ponders like Jitte. Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright, I'm gonna plow this thing. Then next turn we're gonna stick Palace Jailer and win the game. If we become the Monarch, even if it doesn't steal a creature. Liliana the Last Hope. Okay, I don't think I care about that. Alright, they just milled 2. Some decks play Liliana the Veil in the main and some don't. It's not standard. It's totally a thing you can do, though. They're going to have to force this if they can, or else they just die. Yep, conceded on the spot. The power of Palace Jailer. Yeah, Palace Jailer is one of the cards that helped swing Blue-White Blade into playability against the control decks. Alright, so against Grixis control, we want Gideon. Want the clicks, the flusters. Celestial Purge answers all their threats. And we want to get rid of Jitte. We want Sword of Fire and Ice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards in. Swords to Plowshares is not great. Snare and Pierce are pretty good. Council's Judgment's good. I can trim on Force of Wills. I don't want to go super low on them because we are going to end up in some like giant stack battles. I can trim a Wasteland because our plan is not to waste them out, and they don't have any techie lands we need to care about. All right, 2 more cards got to go. Maybe I don't need this many Flusterstorms. One less Fluster, and... do I play 1 Plow? They're going to have Gurmag and Baleful Strix. Yeah, just go for the hard mode. Cut tree name. I don't think that's my plan. I'll go down to 1 plow against them until they show me a reason not to do that. They normally only play 2 Gurmags, and plow plus 3 snaps and 2 judgments should do the job. I really want this other Flusterstorm in the deck, though. Like, alright, I'll cut another force. On the draw, too, I want as many 1-mana answers to Hymn to Tarok as I can play. And force is not a real answer to Hymn to Tarok, unless you're trying to protect a specific card. Well, this hand's unplayable. And this hand is totally playable. I'm going to put Celestial Purge on the bottom. Because they're going to spend a little bit of time setting up. Balls. So if they take Spell Pierce, then it means they have him. If they take Stoneforge, it means they have like a normal hand. Though they still might him us next turn. Alright, Stoneforge is gone. I'll miss you, little buddy. I'm still not playing into Hymn to Tarok this turn. I can wait on my Ponder. Alright, they have a Strix. So Strixes are annoying, but they're not a real clock. Like, they're not going to kill us anytime quick. Alright, well, we have both basic planes, so good news there. In case we needed more of those. Wow, I don't want any of this. Could have the second blue source, but then my hand doesn't do anything for a long time. Okay, I can get the second blue and ponder immediately. Or I can just keep protecting against this hymn. I'll do that. This is also their Liliana turn. Yeah, I'll just hold up Spell Pierce. Yeah, so we have a lot of turns before Baleful Strix becomes a real threat, but we do need to start connecting with one of our weapons. Either Batterskull or Sword of Fire and Ice both get us out of a Strix beatdown plan. All right, I didn't want to draw those cards. Fetch on the upkeep. One of my friends is texting me trying to offer me a TV stand. I don't need one of those, though I appreciate the offer. Ooh, these are all good cards. So they're going to have Red Blast in their deck, which hit all of these, every single one. I'm not going to shuffle. I'm going to play this. Jace is on top. Hopefully I can Spell Pierce something this turn. If not, I'll just save the Jace until I can protect it with Spell Pierce. I don't want to shuffle this turn if I don't have to. Now they can hymn safely, though. I could brainstorm in response, or I could just let this happen. Yeah, fine. Resolves. Well, that was like the worst thing that could happen. It's alright, I can shuffle away one of these planes this turn. Alright, let's see if they get aggressive and counter this. I'm kind of hoping they do. Alright. They didn't fall for it. Put the planes is back. I'm going to draw one of them. So I could shove Jace into this open mana. I could also shove True Name into this open mana, or I could snap Ponder. Alright, I'm going to jam Jace because it has the highest upside. Like, they need a red blast anyway, and that counters every card in my hand. If I had Gideon, I'd shove that. But this doesn't get flustered. Alright. Force is going to be a 2-for-1 all day. Alright, so they don't have red blast. That's what they just told me. They forced pitching Snap. Snap is one of the best cards in the matchup. Oh no, do they have their own Jace? Is it time? Ruh-roh. Yeah, so because they had these discard spells, they got to sculpt a game where their Jace resolved and mine didn't. And they had Force of Will backup anyway, so whatever. I'll put these two cards back on top. True Name? Name you. You are my nemesis. My top card is Snapcaster. I don't need to cast this Ponder right now. They probably have 2 Edicts in their deck and probably Marsh Casualties or Toxic Deluge after board. So this True Name is not safe. One of the tough parts of this matchup is that they have 1 mana answers to Jace, and I only have 3 mana answers to Jace. We're definitely way behind this game, in case it was unclear. Whoever is churning with their Jace is probably doing pretty well. The Brainstorm is interesting, though, because that means they either already have an answer to True Name, or they're hoping they find one. Like, they could have plus Jace to make sure that True Name wouldn't kill it. But if they just have the Edict or Casualties, then they got me. But if they don't have one of those things, I get to eat Jace. Jace, Assassinator, True Name Nemesis. They're tapping black mana. K-Command. What does that even do? Alright, discard my Ponder. Oh, that clears the way for the Deluge? Oh, Liliana Jesus. Alright. They've assembled the Super Friends. Yeah, I need the Elder Spell right now. That's the card I need. Alright, so Snapcaster, Snap, Ponder, looking for Celestial Purge, I guess. I know my top card's Batterskull. That's not what I want. Shuffle this, and yep, Motobug. All right, yeah, we're dead. Not beating both of those. All right, game 3. So this matchup's awkward because we want to jam threats into play, but they're pretty good at answering threats that are in play. And they also have pretty big hammers of their own. I'm just going to submit this same list again. Like, I can't get explosives to 3 or 4 to kill their planeswalkers. Just have to rely on Spell Pierce. I'll keep this. This looks exactly like the kind of hand we want. I got a cantrip and then a parade of threats up the curve. I gotta shuffle this, though. I need land drops. It's weird that Moto set gave the storm count when storm was 1 that turn, but remember that turn earlier tonight where storm was like 7 or something and I had to count it out myself? Alright, Stoneforge is gone, unfortunately. Really looking for land drops. And him would be so fucked here. And they have it, of course. Yeah, why not? I'm going to cast a Snapcaster here. I just want to make sure I'm presenting some kind of threat. Alright, come on, land. Land? Yes, alright. Vendilion Click is active. I'm going to click their draw step. That's before they play their third land for Kolaghan's Command, in case that is their plan. Alright, Pyroblast. Yep, easy game. Pyroblast is such a good card. Is this a Strix? Yep. Yeah, him is a messed up Magic card. Like, that's the power of Grixis control. Alright, let's go. Trade off. Yeah, him is such bullshit. Like, this is a card that just probably shouldn't really exist. But nobody knew any better in 1995. Yeah, so, like, putting in this Snapcaster in response to the him was like, it's one of these, like, miserable coin flips where maybe their hand is just a bunch of counter spells and the Snapcaster is going to deal 8 to them, and maybe they just have Baleful Strix and it was basically discarding a Snapcaster. Alright, I'm going to ponder on with this one, though. I'll play my land. That insulates me a little bit against him. Like, the good news is they can't really just... I was going to say they can't really just slam Jace, but I guess they totally can. It's like, Jace is at least under a little bit of pressure here. Here's Brainstorm. I'm looking for Council's Judgment. That's my best draw here. Ugh. That's annoying because I want all of these. Alright. I'll get rid of those. Then I'm going to attack Jace and cast my Stoneforge. I'm going to get Sword of Fire and Ice. Sword is a little awkward against Planeswalkers because you only get the bonus trigger if it hits a player. I'm gonna have to read the text on Sword when we search for it here. Because I'm not actually sure if it's been errated to be any target or if it's still creature or player. Because hitting the player then shooting the Jace works. And I get to draw a card. Oh, they had Force of Will. Of course. They have Jace. They're going to have everything else to go with them. And my top card is Force of Will as well. Is it any target? I imagine it would be, just based on impression of how they templated most cards. Ugh. It's buried in a mountain of 2-for-1s here. This is just K command. Just put me to Hellbent and no permanence. They're getting back Strix and making me discard. Alright, well, I'll brainstorm in response. Okay. Alright. Let's hope they don't have another Force of Will. What are the chances? Obviously, they have seen 18 cards out of their deck. It makes sense they have all these Force of Wills. Alright, so now we lose. We could have bounced Strix, killed their Jace, and then had our own Jace active. But instead, we just lose because they had lots of Force of Wills. That matchup is really rough. That's probably our worst, like, normal matchup that you might see in a Legacy tournament. The Sword of Fire and Ice is really, really good, King Pyson. Like, yes, it does get hit by things that hit artifacts, but so do all our other equipment. Oh, I'm playing against Tomas Mishin. This is a famous Magic Online wizard from Europe. He might even be in the stream. I hope he's not, because that's cheating, but it's possible. He's all about the blue-white life. He usually plays Miracles, but I know, yeah, I don't think he is either, but he was here talking about the deck on Monday when we were streaming it. He and I have some differing opinions of how to build it and play it, including this volcanic island. He could just be on Miracles. Like, Miracles is his normal deck. But he has succumbed to the blue-white life lately. This volcanic island is weird. It's either a super weak Miracles hand, or he's just on blue-red Delver. Or like some totally different deck. Miracles are never happy when they lead on volcanic island. Okay, this is absolutely not. Great. All right, he got us. Yeah, blue-red Delver. This is the biggest Delver you've ever seen. Caracas. All right. Let's ponder into Caracas. All right. What sees the most cards? Not this. All right, now I'm going to brainstorm and find Caracas. All right, I'll put these two back, and then I'll fetch and find Caracas. Yeah, this is the biggest, most fucked up Delver I've ever seen. Personally. That's so close to something I want. What if I had this in my hand when he cast Show and Tell? He'd be so dead. Caracas. Alright. He's going to get another turn. He's going to draw 7. Oh, maybe I should have kept that for the second Show and Tell. Like, if he just draws 7, cast Show and Tell, and then kill me. So if he casts a Show and Tell this turn, he would have to put in Omniscience or Sneak Attack, which would kill me through all those plays anyway. Yeah, alright. He has decided to go to Mongo Town. A once mighty blue-white wizard, a respectable player of Magic the Gathering, is now casting Show and Tell. Alright, let's just beat this guy. Alright, Containment Priest in. Here is one of the matchups where we're punished for having Crypt instead of a second Priest. Jitte's bad. Click's good, Fluster's good. Disenchant and Purge are in the maybe pile. Yeah, where we masterfully predict what he's on, and it's just wrong. I mean, to be fair, I sculpted my early cantrips based on just a totally wrong assumption, which is, you know, like the definition of a valuable meta call. All right, I'm going to cut some number of Swords to Plowshares because he's probably going to have Arcane Artisans. Crocodile MTG, that gives a lot of credit to people. Like, it. Sure, there is going to be a target on on Blue White's back, but Legacy works totally differently than Standard, where like everyone's playing Sultai mid-range or whatever. So like, let's play mono red and just crush it. But that's not how Legacy works. A lot of people are gonna play the decks they own. A lot of people are gonna show up just because it's a GP and they don't even know how to play Legacy. Some people are just gonna be like old guys who came out of their basements. They play with their friends, and this is the format their cards are legal in. Like it, maybe, yeah, like maybe like the people with their hand on the pulse of the Legacy metagame might bring like some extra stuff, but no, I don't think anyone is going to completely change their deck choice based on the articles that have been written lately. All right, so I got some plows. Let's see, do I want Sword of Fire and Ice? I don't think I do. Some Stone Forges. I think I only want 2 of those. So Spell Snare is a stone brick in the main deck, but he's going to bring in defense grids. Alright, here's my plan. I'm not sure if it's right. I probably should have the second Council Judgment in over the second Surgical, or second Disenchant. Alright, I got a Force of Will and a Palace Jailer. Let's make it work. Jailer is spicy. It doesn't do anything against Omniscience or Sneak Attack, but it crushes Show and Tell, the magic card, if they put in a monster. Even get to ponder. Yeah, Caracas. Alright, so now I got Caracas and Palace Jailer. Just got to keep sneak attack out of play. Sneak attack's always the scariest card for blue decks. Show and tell is totally beatable. I'm going to try not to play the Caracas until I have to, because I don't want him to know I have it. I'm going to end step a Snapcaster Mage to get a clock on. Oh, is he going for it? All right, force that. All right, didn't have a force me back. I like that. All right, so now I'm not going to do that. I'm going to snap back my Ponder. I hope that doesn't mean he has another sneak attack just at the ready. And I'm not going to shuffle. I want to show some strength here. Though that last turn is a clear sign of disrespect. It's just jam this thing unprotected. Show and tell. Show and tell. All right, that resolves. I hope it's not omniscience. No omniscience. Yeah, we did it. By I did it, I mean he has to draw 7. What would he have to do to win this turn? Like if he draws 14, goes to 2, you would have to play like, he can't go to 2 because he has City. All right, I guess City of Traders. So if he goes City of Traders, all right, he's doing it. If he goes City, 3 Lotus Petals, shove Emrakul, cast Sneak Attack, put in Emrakul, become the Monarch. I guess that would probably do it. You can't use Ancient Tomb to get there, though. Yeah, if he casts another Show and Tell, I get to put in Caracas, though. He was telling me yesterday in stream he thinks Palace Jailer sucks. So, I hope this works. I hope this is a Show and Tell and not a... Uh-oh, it's red mana. Is this Pyroclasm? Okay, that's fine. I can live with a Pyroclasm. Alright, so he has to discard down to 7 cards. This land doesn't tap for mana anymore because he's at 2. Yeah, until I lose the Monarch, then I'm wrecked. Right, discarding a Sneak Attack. That's like kind of awesome and kind of terrifying at the same time. Alright, there go all those cards back into the deck. Alright, cool. I really wanted to draw a non-Caracas land there, so I could cast Jace and still get him with the surprise Caracas. Jace. These 7 cards gotta contain a Force of Will, right? Okay. Forest Pitching Spell Pierce. Alright, I just gotta hope he has Show and Tell and not Sneak Attack here. I guess Show and Tell Omniscience doesn't help me either. I still lose to that. He's at 1. He can't play a fetch land, can't tap an Ancient Tomb, can't cast another Force of Will. Please don't have Omniscience. No Omniscience, please. Shit. Yeah, it's Sneak Attack. That's kind of like Omniscience. In some ways scarier. Alright, we gotta brainstorm to look for answers, though. I have 5 main deck answers to this. Oh, there's none of them. Alright, so he's gonna need double red to ever connect with a monster, though, because I have Caracas. And I could just draw a disenchant right here. Nope. Still lands. So we need 2 petals or land plus petal. Yeah, I'm not even dead to 1 monster. That's worth noting. Okay, there's that. How about Snapcaster? Alright, I'll take a Force of Will. I think I have to Force of Will a Lotus Petal if he casts it. Ooh, that's smart. That's real smart. Yes! We did it. Right, he can't Force of Will. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, maybe I can bait him somehow. Maybe I just need to shove here. What am I hoping for? Alright, I'll respond to the brainstorm. Fuck, I'm so stupid! God damn it. I needed to respond to sneak attack. Why am I the dumbest fucking person on the planet? Jesus Christ. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, I sack all my lands. I keep the priest. God, I'm so stupid. How did I do this? I think I'm still going to win, but not through any fault of my own. Why do you guys let me play so bad? I couldn't leave Caracas up. He end step activated Emrakul, and I bounced it. All right, I still win because I can sack. Yeah, still got it through no fault of my own. Yeah, that sucked. That sucked a lot. I would play better in real life, I promise. And of course, he's talking shit in chat. He's not known for being a good sport about anything. All right. Here's Snare. He showed me a Pyroclasm, so 1 Snare still seems fine. Showed me Arcane Artisan. I still like the Plows. There's not a skilled Show and Tell player on the planet, I promise. Like, there are skilled players who choose Show and Tell, but, no, not really. Alright, what am I doing here? I don't think Surgical's actually good. I'll get rid of that. Alright, this hand's pretty good. He's on 6. I have a Force and a Flusterstorm and a Spell Pierce. I can Wasteland if he has Boseiju. I think that's fair to say, Give Tuck. All right, I'm going to hold on to the Wasteland. I'm not just going to crack it off here. I can hit a 2-mana land or a Boseiju later. Yeah, the mono red prison deck is at least a reasonable deck to play. Every time I've tried Show and Tell in my life, I just lose to my deck. I'm playing against elves or something that literally can't interact with me, and I just like slowly die. I just like take for a turn from their beatdown plan. Alright, so now I have Force, Spell Pierce, and Fluster up. I can cast all three of those cards this turn. Alright, he's just aggressively cantripping, shuffling his deck with all these ponders. I think I will play Stoneforge Mystic next turn, if I get the opportunity. Yep, still cantripping. Didn't shuffle that one. Come on, Jailer, Caracas. Haha, I got the Caracas. Like I always say, just yell what card you want to draw and it'll come. Alright, so I only have Batterskull in the deck now. The other weapons are gone. I have Force and Flusterstorm or Spell Pierce as needed ready. He top the Preordain. Yeah, whatever. Deal. I'm still going to hide the Caracas. He did miss a land drop, though. Maybe it's time to waste. But I'd feel pretty bad if I waste him and then I lose to Boseiju. Yeah, I'm going to hold on to the Wasteland. Because next turn I can play Jace with Counter Magic still up. Continues the cantrip party. It would be pretty awesome to draw a land. And so I could still keep the Caracas in my hand. Oh, Ancient Tomb, okay. Maybe I just waste Ancient Tomb, though I don't have to decide yet. Oh, Surgical, huh? I could just Surgical some random card just to check his hand and see what we're up against. Does that make any sense? And I feel like the only way we can lose is if we misstep somehow. Alright, so 3 Ponders already cast. I'm just going to hit his Brainstorms. Just a hand check here. Yeah, Gitaxian Probe, except instead of drawing a card, I lose a card. Alright, so he has Force, Pierce, Sneak, Grizzle, another Pierce. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, and in his deck, he has 2 Arcane Artisans. That's good. We have Plow. We have that covered. 4 Grizzlebrand. 4 Emrakul. All the normal stuff. There is no Boseiju in this deck. So the Wasteland is free to crack. Okay, so Force, 2 Pierce, 1 Daze. Whoops. Alright, so he has a Sneak attack. But that's never resolving if I just cack this. Table Space, thanks for the follow. Alright, he doesn't have a single castable card in his hand. He has 2 Spell Pierces. Jace would literally just be like... just Thoughtseize a Spell Pierce. And right now his Spell Pierces aren't doing anything because if he ever draws enough cards to cast a spell, or draws enough lands to cast a spell, then he's not going to be able to cast the spell pierces. I do eventually need a threat. Like, Containment Priest is one of my best draws. Yeah, one of the pierces was an invocation. Alright, so now I can cast Jace and pay for one spell pierce, but then I can't force plus spell pierce his other stuff. Alright, I'll just keep holding. Yeah, the invocations could be anything. Like, I don't even know. Yeah, straight up wild cards. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now I can cast Jace with Flusterstorm and Force still available. I don't even know if I want to do that, though. Like, I want a Snapcaster or a Containment Priest or a Click. That's what I'm really looking for. I also haven't cast a single cantrip this game, so I still have a bunch of those in my deck. He does not have Grid or Buseju. Alright, we found a cantrip. Let's find a flash threat. Not that. Oh, Jailer, okay. That might be castable next turn, because you can't spell pierce it. And I just get to start drawing millions of cards. We built this city. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, so now what happens if I cast spells? I pay 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I have Force, Pierce, and Fluster still available. And Karak is still up. And this is going to demand some action out of him. Just hard cast the Force. That's fine. All right, deal. Those were good choices, Oz. VH1 voted We Built This City to be the worst song ever written. Did you know that? There's like a VH1 countdown where they just decided that was the worst card ever written, or worst song ever written. Fuck VH1 is the response. That's fair. Alright, do you want to fight over this, opponent? Yeah, when you're 7 and you don't know any better. Alright. Got paid off there. That's one of his 2 artisans answered. Alright, exile all the tokens. They're already gone. There were none. The Caracas just answers the tokens anyway, right? It's a token that, yeah, Caracas just answers that anyway. But he would get to draw 7 with that Grizzlebrand in his hand. Snapcaster, Vendilion Click, come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright, this is the last land I can play that will actually get anything. Maybe it's time to cast Batterskull. I think it definitely is. I gotta clock this guy somehow. Yeah, I have 1 plains, 1 tundra, 1 island left in the deck. Alright, I'm going to pay for the first one. If he casts the second one, I'm not going to pay for it. Alright, there's the horrible second one. Not going to pay for that one. Alright, so the only cards I know in his hand are Sneak Attack and Grizzlebrand. And I would unfortunately have to pitch Jace to survive that onslaught this turn to my force. Show and tell, huh? This will show Grizzlebrand, or this will show Sneak Attack. Then he gets to crunch with Grizzlebrand. See you later, Jace. Sorry, buddy. Miss you, love you. Now it's super awkward because Flusterstorm can't counter Sneak. I just really need a flash threat. Taylor Pratt, thanks for the follow. Come on, Vendilion Click. That's not what I wanted. Not at all. Doesn't even do anything. Yeah, we have bricked on our draw steps so hard this entire game. Guess I have to let this resolve. That sucks. So I can bounce an Emrakul before it attacks me. I can take the 7. If he plays another red source... Yep, there it is. Alright, we're probably just dead. Yep, whatever. That was not interesting. We drew 1 cantrip that whole game. Yeah, if we had a Snapcaster, Vendilion Click, or Priest at any point in these... How many turns was it? 15 turns? We would have won easily. Whatever. Not that we really deserved a game 3 after that miss-sequenced Priest in game 2, but whatever. I do what I want. Yeah, fight for the pride chest now. Or just go to bed early. It would be freaking savage if we go from a, like, undefeated night on Monday to a can't win a match night tonight. It's the classic Magic the Gathering experience. Alright, Land Ponder. I'm keeping it. Can't believe how bad our draws were last game. That was horrendous. Like, literally every land in my deck was accounted for. Alright, here we go again. 1 land in our top 11 cards. And drew a card I shuffled away, Moto Bug. How about a land? All right, we got there. I hope they're a combo deck, because our hand is not good against anything else. Ponder, huh? Let's get aggressive here. All right, I have 2 forces. I guess I can only cast one of them. But I have 2, so I'm going for this. Oh, I got confused for a second. I was like, why is Batter's Call in my deck? Am I still boarded from last match? But no, Jitei's just in my hand already. Are we playing against Show and Tell again? I hope they force back, and then I get to get him anyway with my Jailer. Okay, not Omniscience. No Omniscience. No Omniscience. No Omniscience, please. Sword of Fire and Ice is in the sideboard. All right, we did it. They get to draw a million in response, but we got to at least survive this turn. Yeah, Sword of Fire. There's not room for 3 equipments in the main deck, and Jitei and Batterskull are just the much better open-ended answers. Or open-ended cards, I should say. Yeah, their turn's not over yet. Alright, they have to discard 8 cards now. And they're going to be at 1. Just need to find a blue card to go with this Force of Will. Can you do that for me, Dak? Oh, Cunning Wish. They're deep on the Omniscience plan here. Death and Taxes, FTW, thanks for the giant host, 38 viewers. What's up, Legacy fans? We're playing against Sneak and Show for the 2nd match in a row. We got horrendously unlucky last game. But we have Palace Jailer holding a Grizzlebrand hostage right now, so that's pretty sweet. All right, so let's do some math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, so I'm not going to attack with Stoneforge Mystic, because if I put in Batterskull, then I can... Oh, wait, what am I talking about? If he connects with... Oh, Jesus, didn't even find a blue card. Yeah, so if they connect with a Emrakul this turn, they become the Monarch. Great. All right, so they're gonna... I hope this is Grizzlebrand. All right. Hey, Bara. White Faces, thanks for the follow. All right, so they're gonna become the Monarch. They get back their first Grizzlebrand. I'm just glad this wasn't Emrakul, for fuck's sake. Jesus. Unfortunately, they do get to keep this version, though. Yeah, we didn't find a blue card in our top 2 cards. Come on, Caracas. Nope. Continue to draw nothing at all. 4, 5, 6. That is not enough. All right, so I'm just going to play like they didn't draw Emrakul. There's just not going to be an Emrakul in their top million cards. I probably should have equipped Jitei to the Jailer there to diversify my threats. Bara, thanks for the follow. Oh, I do get the Monarch back. Come on, blue card. Not that it matters anymore. They have sneak attack in play. All right. Don't have an Emrakul in your top 14 cards. We're in bad shape, team. They activated sneak attack. That's bad. All right, we're dead. All right, so we are getting punished this particular league because I'm playing a Tormod script over the second Containment Priest. I'm not going to do this in Niagara. I'm going to have 2 priests. All right, so priest in Vendilion Clicks, Flusterstorms, Disenchant Celestial Purges. I bring all these in respecting Omniscience and Sneak Attack. Swords of Plowshare is pretty bad. Jitte's not good. Stoneforge package can trim. True Name's too slow. And Spell Snare does very little. This looks familiar because we just did this. Yeah, game 1's pretty rough. Game 2, we have a lot of tools that we get to bring in. I wish I had 2 priests. I love priests so much. So much better than other options that exist. I have the Caracas, and I have some cantrips. I'll run it. This hand dies instantly to Omniscience. Alright, not anymore. The new mulligan is pretty cool, actually. I've only played Legacy with it, so Legacy was the format I was least worried about. Hey, baby. Do you think they can win without Volcanic Islands in their deck? Because I plan on extracting their Volcanic Islands. So Legacy was the format I was least worried about for the new mulligan rule. And so far it seems to be fine. Wow, we got one. All right, Surgical Extraction does not add cards to the scene zone, so Ancient Tomb, Tarn, Grizzleboy, Fluster, Show, Ponder, Brainstorm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. God, that's so many cards. All right, let's look at their deck. They do have 2 Besejus. We should keep track of those for game 3. 3 sneak attacks. That's fun. No, because they have 3 Omniscience. They're just lower on that package. 3 Grizzles, 2 Emrakuls. Jesus. 3 Cunning Wish. All right, yeah, they are the worst version of this deck. They have 3 islands left. All right, their only red sources left are Lotus Petals. That's pretty sweet. Sign me up for more of that. All right, Tarn. Ponder. I mean, Basic Mountain doesn't do a whole lot, but this version is bluer than other versions. Caracas is going to be good. Palace Jailer is also going to be good. JPA? I don't know who JPA is. Is that a person I should know? Or is that a country? Is that the country of Japan? Is that what you're talking about? What? Oh, okay. Oh, is that Angelescu? Is that what people call him? They did not shuffle their Ponder. They're feeling confident. I don't have a blue card to go with my Force of Will anymore. Okay, yeah. Sneak and Show seems like such a weird deck to dedicate your life to, because it's so bad. Alright, so I'm going to cast this Stoneforge Mystic, and then hope that... Right, it's a Skill and Show or Sneak and Suck. Alright, there's Stoneforge Mystic. I'm going to have to just hope I can beat this Show and Tell, basically. Because I don't have a blue card for this Brainstorm. Yeah, like Sneak and Show looks unbeatable when it's going correctly, and when it's not, it's just like, what the fuck have I done? Why did I sign up for this tournament at all? All right, the Caracas isn't a surprise anymore. He knows he's gonna have to go Omniscience. We have a blue card to go with Force now, but he has Flusterstorm in hand, and we know about that. That doesn't stop our Force of Will though. And Batterskull's gonna arrive this turn if he doesn't make a move. Is it time? I mean, I'm going to force this because I can't beat an Omniscience. We had a force pitching Cunning Wish. Alright, so Show and Tell, Ancient Tomb. Still has Flusterstorm and Grizzlebrand in hand and 2 unknowns. Alright, this resolves. Hope I'm not dead. Alright, 7 cards have been drawn. Can't draw 7 again or else he's dead on board. 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm only dealing 7 currently. Fetch down to 1. If I attack for 7, Ancient Tomb is turned off. Alright, some serious cheese would have to happen for us to lose this one. I say that, and then I'm going to lose easily. Guaranteed. So the only sources of red mana left in their deck are Lotus Petals. They're not going to be able to attack Ancient Tomb for mana next turn. So unless they drew 3 Lotus Petals and a sneak attack, I guess all 4 Lotus Petals. Because if I attack to 7, they're not going to be able to fetch twice either. And I can purge a sneak attack. Alright, they're at 1. We know they have Flusterstorm in hand. Alright, there's a Brainstorm as well. Alright, so I guess if they go basic land, Show and Tell, Omniscience, we still just lose. God, this sucks. Yep, there it is. Ah, this deck is garbage. Fuck everyone. Petal, Show and Tell is greater than Omni. I guess, like, they still, in order... I guess he just has to cast one of his 2 Emrakuls. He did not shuffle. Cunning Wish. Alright, I'm sure that kills me somehow. Alright, so he had to have his 3rd basic island. He plays exactly 3. They don't need double Emmy. They just need the one. Oh yeah, I guess they connect once. No, when they connect, they get Grizzlebrand back. But I guess I can purge him. And I'm sure they're just off with their whatever stupid their combo is. Just gonna die to release the ants or whatever. Yeah, I can answer the Grizzlebrand, I guess. They do need both Emrakuls. Or just kill me with this. Alright, what? Off we go. What do you think it's like to need exactly one card in your deck and have it? Yeah, when show and tell players do this, like, is this what JPA does? He's like, I'm going to be the best show and tell player by drawing piece A and piece B. Oh, Emrakul. Let's see. Do I have a 15 in my deck? I don't. Hook Vendilion Click. That would have been sweet to have in my hand this turn. All right, folks, we're done. We're dead. Back-to-back terrible losses to Sneak and Show. Or this one was Omni Show, I guess. So our opponent this game, they passed the turn. They did draw 7, so they had a fresh look at a bunch of new stuff. But that 7 had to contain Show and Tell, their last basic island in their whole deck, and Omniscience, and a way to go off from there. And they found it all. And I needed to brick on 2 draw steps. So I guess we got outplayed. What are you going to do? So in proper Magic the Gathering fashion, we went from a 10-0 stream on Monday to can't win a match tonight. That means that we're ready for the Grand Prix. So this is the deck. This is going to be a Containment Priest for the Grand Prix. And I'm still deciding if I'm going to play a Back to Basics over the second click. That's my last decision to be made. I love the main deck. I think it's great. Just try not to get super unlucky against Death and Taxes. Does anyone have any questions about this deck or this list before I sign off? Because I am ready for bed. Back to Basics, maybe. Yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in. Thanks for the big raid from Death and Taxes FTW. Thanks for the follows. There were 1 million follows tonight. Josiah, red only really adds red Elemental Blast, which would definitely help against Miracles and Grixis control, which are currently our worst matchups. But I have the deck currently tilted towards combo decks and Chalice decks and other fair decks, other non-deep control fair decks. Like if you add red, you get worse against Delver, worse against Maverick, worse against Death and Taxes. Like every deck with Wasteland gets a lot better against you. LOL Z God, thanks for the follow. But Josiah, on like the same side, your Miracles and Grixis control matchups get a lot better. So it's just like a meta call, but I think for the meta game at large, straight blue-white is better. If your local meta game is nothing but Miracles, add red cards. You'll be very happy that you did. All right, if that's all we got, let's find someone awesome who we can raid. Oh, Arkin is streaming. Arkin rules. We love Arkin. All right, let's raid Arkin. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. We didn't do much winning tonight, but hopefully we learned and had fun. I am not going to be live next Monday. I'm still going to be coming back from Niagara. I'm taking an extra day there with my girlfriend. But I'll be back next Wednesday. Oh, I heard the ding. Who was that? Josiah, thanks for the follow. All right, if you're just tuning in for the first time, check out the VOD from Monday. We played a whole bunch of different matchups, and we won almost every match. And it was a great night. But I will see those of you who are coming in Niagara. Make sure to follow me on Twitter. Hit that follow button on Twitch too if you haven't already. And see you next week.